Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the ESL Mobile Open, bringing you for the very first time the ladders of Brawl Stars.
Yeah, that's right. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the mustachio himself, AJ. And I can't wait. Like, I've been anticipating this for months now.
Yeah.
I think months now since the ESL first called me up. And finally, we're here. We're here and we're going to be seeing some Brawl Star games live. And I can't wait.
Oh, I absolutely cannot wait, man. I mean, we've just been going through highlights so far, and those have all been teasers, not just for the community, but for us, because we are shoutcasters. We live for this, all right? We want that hype. But unfortunately, just with those highlights, we had to be sad for a couple of weeks in here. But
Well-
finally now, Victor.
Well, it's a little bit sad, mostly because we can't see them live, but
Yeah.
the plays were still impressive nevertheless. Don't get us wrong, But, as a shoutcaster myself as well, all I want to see is the good plays,
Yeah.
I want to see the plays that wins people games and the plays that just make you want to go like, wow.
Yeah, and of course, those were what those highlights were for. But, there were some things that we could not pick off of for those teams. We didn't really know whether those wins were fluke wins or those wins were really hard-earned, grind from nothing all the way to a something sort of a win. And this sort of a competition that allows us to walk the audience from end to end, allows us to nitpick at all of those things, and we'll be able to tell you who's the best and who just needs to join the rest.
What a way to put it. But in any case, this is also going to be a big change up as well for the teams, because instead of the group stage kind of format, now it's an actual playoff. We're going to be running a double elimination bracket here. And you know what that means? At the end of the day, there can only be one winner.
Just one winner, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Who will that be? We have obviously seen a lot of, promising names so far throughout the weeks as we have been going through those ladders. And two teams will not be playing in here today. Why? Because they have managed to sit on top of there and qualify already. So they've got their own way in here through. As for the rest of the 8 of those teams, the same cannot be said. They have to fight for their position.
Yeah, the teams we're referring to were Jupiter and Kicks.
Yeah.
And the thing is that both of those teams have just been on an endless win streak. I mean, pretty much every single game they've been in, they've won, hands down. So at this point, if we just allowed them to play in the playoffs, they were already guaranteed to go into the grand finals. So I think it's definitely much more fair to just let those guys qualify already kind of challengers. I mean, they've already proven that they're the strongest teams right now. So let them go into the challengers, and then now we're going to see who else is going to be able to join them there soon.
And we've talked about you guys joining the ESL Mobile Open so many times now as well. You guys would be wondering it's not gonna be that easy lah. Actually, no, it's super duper easy. Watch this format video, you'll know exactly how to do it.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play. free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
And there you go. That's exactly how you jump in and be a part of the ESL Mobile Open. You don't need to be a pro team. You just need enough players within your team to come in here and compete. And, you know, if you have been watching some of the recap shows that Victor, Contra, and I have been walking you through so far, there would have been some plays where even you know, and we all of us are gamers, and we all think, hey, I could be doing so much better than that guy. Yeah, talk aside, bring in and do the walk. What you say, Victor?
Yeah, I mean, less talk, more walk. Like, just walk right into our playoffs here and show us what you got. I mean, that's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what everyone wants to see as well. You know, you want to see the strongest teams, you know, face off against each other and test your might, you know, in an actual field of battle.
And you know what? Being a gamer is one thing, but, you know, being able to play the exact same game, but at the very same time have 2 guys scream your name out like crazy as well as your team's name as you guys pick that victory up. Yeah, it really, really does put the cherry on top of the icing on the cake.
Yeah, and you can only imagine the amount of pressure the teams must be facing, especially those that are going to be going into the later stages of the playoffs. I mean, it's already stressful enough trying to grab gems against other players, you know, online in PvPs, but then to do that when money is on the line, you know, you can just imagine the sweat that must be dropping off everyone's brows, you know, when they're just waiting to try to get the supers charged up.
Yeah, and it's also for the glory, right? It's for the name, it's for the bragging rights as to prove who is the best in terms of the Asia Pacific team that will dominate the Brawl Stars stream.
Yeah, and domination is pretty much going to be the name of the game, especially in a bracket system like this. So you can check out here in this infographic how exactly you can actually take part in these ladder competitions. And ESL, to the credit, has made it super easy for you guys. You know, the ladders are open at specific times. All you need to do is go to the match page and use the instant challenger feature. That's just a one-click away for you to find your next opponent. And obviously, as you win games, you will earn more points. As you lose game, you will lose points. And at the end of the day, those with the top amount of points in the ladder will be in the top 10 and will have the chance to enter into the playoffs.
Yeah, so you won't really hit the negative points. If you do manage to hit negative, trust me, I will come and interview you myself. Because everybody starts off with 1,000 points. As you win, you gain points. As you lose those points. So some of the teams up on that ladder board, you may have seen them have less than 1,000 points. They've tanked a couple of L's in there. And some of them, of course, you've seen, you know, way more than those 1,000 points as they have hit a non-stop streak on those wins. And, you know, us talking you through the ladder and finally being able to show you games within the ladder itself really excites Victor and I.
Oh yeah, it does indeed, because, you know, all the while, you know, I've just been doing so much like reading and like studying of the game and just trying to learn, like, you know, what are the top meta heroes right now, especially in this current patch.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just really like to finally be able to see them actually be tested in the field of battle. It's always going to be exciting because you never know what to expect, you know, especially in the playoff like this with a new patch with the new slight nerf onto Stu there. Still, it does mean that you probably might be seeing Stu quite a bit, but with the ban system that they've introduced in here, that's going to turn a lot of hits, because this means that your S tier and your A tier heroes, your favorite heroes, may not be playable because your opponents might be able to ban them out.
And they don't get banned for one round, they don't get banned for one match, they get banned for the series.
Yeah.
Which means through the series we'll have multiple modes of matches, and once that character gets banned, you cannot use them at all for the rest of the series, and that is gonna be a huge game changer. So these teams really need to know just how to be flexible on all of those characters, and hopefully they have been practicing on more than just one.
I'm pretty sure if they're already at this level of the ladder, they surely have to be flexible enough. But this system does at least eliminate those one-trick ponies, those guys who are only good on one hero but can't really play anything else. And when you get up in the competitive ladder, the further up you go, the less effective this trick can work. Because if you're only stuck on one hero, all it takes is just one ban, and that's it. You're completely wiped out from the game. You have no chance of getting through. So you have to be able to learn and actually appreciate, the meta that is so vibrant in a game like Brawl Stars. Just the number of brawlers, the variety in maps, the variety in game modes. It just means that there's always a new challenge waiting for you in the next round.
Yeah, and some of them out there watching this right now are like, meta? Brawl Stars has got meta. Oh yeah, man. This game is such an unsuspecting game, Victor. When I picked it up, oh goodness me, it looked simple, and it was simple. It was simple enough to pick up and start winning games on day one itself.
Yep.
But the more you go into it, the more you delve into this game, oh goodness me, it is truly an esports title worthy game. And there's such a huge difference, just like Asphalt 9 Legends that we've covered also in the ESL Mobile Open, where it's easy to pick it up and play, but it's a whole other level to be able to play it at this sort of a stage.
And sometimes that's just the mark of having a really good game,
Yeah.
It's like the really good games are the ones where it's just easy to learn but difficult to master.
Yeah.
And given that there's so many brawlers here and Brawl Stars here, so you have to be familiar with like what are different classes,
Correct.
what sort of heroes are best suited for certain kind of game modes, and what's strong on one map may actually be weaker in another map. So those are the kind of details that you really, as someone who is going to be playing competitively, you have to be able to study all these differences and know what sort of strategy to apply whenever you're going to be facing your next opponent.
No doubt, because you've got your supports in there, you've got your marksmen, you've got, your long-range shooters, you've got your close-quarter combat specialists who will be able to take many different types of games and many different types of game modes that we will be dropping in to challenge all of these teams in here today. Will truly go in to test them out, right? So different types of maps, different types of game modes, that in itself is enough to put the test to these teams. But to be able to ban away those meta champions, to be able to ban away the champions that you clearly have kind of scouted out those other teams using a lot, will be making those changes. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboards before we drop in for some games. So Jupiter as well as Kix is the one we mentioned earlier that will not be playing in here today as they have qualified to the Challenger.
I mean, just like Jupiter 15-0-0, they've not even dropped a single game in 15 rounds, and man, I mean, that's just impressive on its own. Jupiter, certainly one of my favorites, like going to the Challengers, but now they've already qualified, so they don't have to play this playoff here. So them, along with Kick's team, who are also on an equally impressive win streak of 11-0-0, that's the reason why we're not seeing those two teams here today, because they've already clearly proven themselves to be capable of handling the Challenger phase here for the ESL Mobile Open.
Yeah, and it's not going to just be like this for Brawl Stars. Any of those ladders, as you've seen the format video, it talks about this, and this is just it being shown to you in real life as we walk through a tournament. Hence why, once again, Victor and I are super duper excited to literally be walking you guys through all of this. So the rest of those teams up there, the 8 will be fighting it off, and Byro will be taking on Triple B first. So let's take a quick look at the brackets now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just to see exactly what's lined up for us here today.
Yeah, so again, this is the double elimination brackets. All the teams will be playing first in the quarterfinals, but then the losers in the quarterfinals will be going into a separate bracket, and that's what we call the lower brackets. And this lower brackets basically becomes their second chance, to get themselves back into the upper brackets. So pretty much when they're in the lower brackets, they're only going to be fighting against losers from the upper brackets, and eventually when they get to the lower bracket final, they will finally have the chance to go up into the upper brackets to face off the final challenger, which will be the winner of the upper bracket final. So this is the format we're going to be running with. It does mean that for each and every single one of these 8 teams here basically have 2 lives.
Yeah.
Their first life is going to be spent in the upper bracket, and if they lose that life, they have another chance to win out if they can just fight their way through the lower brackets.
I love the way you put it, second time round. Because quite honestly, if you guys are like me as to how I was 8 months ago, I was a tournament noob, right? They brought me into a single round robin, double round robin. I was like, what's a robin? Am I catching birds? No. Single elimination, double elimination. I didn't know any of that. If you guys are not familiar with that, and if that's something that's keeping you away from, touching base with these tournaments in the ESL Mobile Open, do not allow that to hold you back. You just gotta win, okay? You just gotta win, you move through. You win, you move through. That's how it works. Byro will take on Triple B, and these are the matches for the rest of the day. It's a running schedule, so don't worry. You most probably will not be sticking with us until 12 to 1 a.m. As those matches are done, we'll just take a quick short break between series, and we'll jump right back into the fray.
Yeah, essentially, if you're watching this stream right now, don't tune away. Like, the breaks are going to be super short. The games are super short as well. Brawl Stars is one of those kind of games where it's very, very quick, between sets. So, you blink, sometimes you can just miss it immediately. So, as you can see, we're going to be running the entire bracket throughout today. So, at the end of this Friday, we're going to be finding out who is the winner of this week's edition of the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, boy. No doubt about that at all. Now, let's take a quick look at the game modes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got Brawl Ball in here, only to be played on these 3 maps. We've got the Sneaky Field, Super Stadium, as well as the regular Brawl Ball map. For the second game mode, we've got Bounty, Victor.
Yeah, Bounty is, of course, the mode where it's more about kills rather than actually achieving objectives. So you're going to be seeing a lot more of the fighters or assassins being played in this round. And Snake Prairie. Oh, I love that map because it's just so easy to hide when you got all that brush just permeating the entire map like that. So I can't wait to see when that series will be coming up. But yeah, Bounty is certainly going to be one to watch out for, especially for those who are fighter or assassin mains here. So certainly one to go for. Then we, of course, got the classic mode of Brawl Stars, the gem grabs coming up here. And they will have 3 maps as well. So I can't wait to see what that will be.
Absolutely. We've got the lineup of Ice Fort, Double Swoosh, as well as the Hard Rock Mine. And this is going to be quite a tactical one as these players go in here to grab all of those gems from each other. And, just like Victor has already mentioned, this is the most basic mode that everybody starts the game off from.
Yeah, and given the choices of maps here, I mean, wow, you're going to be in for a ride because it's still plenty of brush for these teams to play around with, and the obstacles are always going to be an important feature of these maps, and especially in a game like Gem Grab, it's always about area denial and controlling the zone where the gems spawn. So you'll be seeing a lot of fights in the center here, and just going to be perfect, perfect execution of chaos here, I think, for this tournament.
Yeah, we'll drop into, of course, Siege later on as to who can pick up the most nuts and screws to literally screw their opponents over. You get the bigger bot, and you get to dominate and smash their, locker in there, and their safe. And there's nothing much that I love more than an absolute annihilation and domination of that match. Bot drop, Olive Branch, as well as some assembly required will be the maps that we play for this mode.
Well, some assembly required is going to be a really hard map because it's got very little cover. You got brushes right on the edge there, but it really makes it really difficult as assassin players to be able to utilize that map fully. So I expect to see a lot more fighter or tankier sort of lineups, or perhaps even a Barley pick here, because Barley has just been so strong, especially on this patch here. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of him in this tournament.
And of course, we've got Heist, which is a game mode that has, changed from the inception of the game. Last time, we just had that one, little save there where we take a little turn to see who's going to be defending, who's going to be attacking. This time around, with the updates, you start off with 2 of these saves, and you just need to go on to the other side and break the save of your opponent. Yeah, sounds easy, not very easy to pull off, right? Because you got to defend, and at the same time, you got to be on the offensive as well, Victor.
Yeah, and of course, the last game mode we're going to be featuring here is the Hot Zone. Again, a relatively new mode, but certainly a very popular one very quickly, because especially given the map choices we have here, we've got maps that have 2 hot zones, and this is going to make things very interesting because in order to win, you basically have to be able to control not just one, but 2 hot zones in separate places on the map. So being able to cover that distance is vital, in your choice of composition when it comes to your brawlers. So that's where I expect we're going to see the boys being separated from them in.
Absolutely right. You've got your sharpshooters in there who will be able to snipe off from afar, but you also need to be able to send some of these tankier brawlers to go and pick up those objectives. So who are going to be the objective players? And you know, this is what I mean when this was such an unsuspecting game, right? You've got so much of strategy going in there, and it's such a fast-paced game. It takes an immense amount of, you know, skill to be able to pull those games off.
Yeah, and what I especially love is that the way that Brawl Stars is designed, you know, as in terms of the game design itself, it really distills a lot of the elements that we love from other kind of mobile games. You know, you have, you know, your choices of brawlers. You also, each brawler has their own super, their own attack, and also their own gadgets. So there's a lot of variety in terms of how you want to approach this game and how you want to fight it. So in any case, we're going to be seeing our first two teams here today. First off, we're going to be having BBB, currently 10th in the ladder right now. The players are comprised of Illness, Neo, and Wonka. Their substitute is Jill, and she'll be substituting in should any of these players aren't able to join up the lobby later. So those are your players for BBB. They're currently at the bottom of the ladder and certainly looking for that chance now to scrap against the big boys. And this is one heck of a big boy here because we got Bryro, who's going to be playing up. They have no substitutes because there's 3 players is all they need. Aaron, Vex, and Seichi will complete their lineup here, and this is going to be our first match here for today in the upper brackets.
I already like Triple B just because of their logo. It's as simple as they come.
Yeah. I mean, that's always like the best thing, you know. You want to have a logo that's simple and easy to remember and striking as well. And but BBB just went simple. It's like, hey, what's the team name? BBB? Yeah, let's just use that. That's going to be our logo right now.
Now, I do feel that, you know, BBB is going to be having quite a tough time in here because Bryro, although they have not completed their 10-game minimum, they were the ones who have completed the most number of games up to those qualifiers, and of course, they've got quite a number of decent points in there as well. And if we take a quick comparison as to the number of W's Triple B has been able to take, not that many at the moment.
Not that many. It's literally just one.
Yeah.
1 out of like 10 games I've played. But you know what? You know what the old adage is. You know, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're able to take 9 losses but still be able to make it to the playoffs here, I think that they definitely have taken enough hits here. Now, literally at rock bottom, the only way to go is up.
Yeah, and for all you know, a lot of these teams, like we've said, are just a bunch of friends who jump in together and they just want to see how far they can go in the competition, and Triple B might just be one of those teams. And good on them, right? Because they might have just come in here half-heartedly to try, and finding out that they've got the opportunity now to fight it off at the ladder playoffs might have just made them step their game up way much more. And, you know, Brawl Stars is just the type of game where as long as you know the meta, as long as you know exactly what sort of champions to use in those different maps as well as different type of game modes, you should be able to swing things around your way. As we start things off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is going to be Brawl Ball. Nobody's touching the ball yet, just now as we need to bring on the damage.
Yeah, the Daryl's going to be the first pick there. Poco might be next, and yeah, he gets taken down. So only one defender here, and that's Jill. And unfortunately, Illness, and he gets popped off right inside the goalpost here. Passing the ball there. Oh, he almost got in, but Jill is able to pick up at the last moment. Now passes it to the 8-bit of Seichi, but oh, that damage there is going to be coming in way too strong. Now all he needs to do is just bring that ball straight to the goal, and Pyro scores there with Vex carrying it to the goal.
Absolute beauty. I mean, the goalkeeper was just a little too busy holding off all of those shots, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly how they'll take round 2 in here as well. Vex will go in for the push right up top to see if or not he can blast all of the other players out of the way. Seichi will bring in up all the defense together with Aaron. Wonka kicks the ball out towards the side, and they will need to now bring the ball away. Let's see if or not they will be able to get this done.
Yeah, the Poco now needs to survive because as long as he got his Cooper, he'll be able to keep things alive here for his team. But Vex now just bringing the ball straight to the goal here. Illness is unfortunately not able to block it. Vex scores the second one here to win this first set.
Ah, goodness me. Now they make it look a little too easy. Then again, this is Triple B. They've already shown us quite a streak on that L so far, and we were expecting Bryro to get the W here. there's still opportunities. I can't even get that out of my mouth right. There are still opportunities in here for Triple B.
Yeah, I mean, that was just basically a classic case of like losing the first round and not having enough momentum to carry to the third game here. So the thing is that Brawl Stars is a game where the turnaround is so fast, you know, going from set to set is just instantaneous. You know, you have very little time to breathe, very little time to think. All you could think about is like, okay, what's the game plan here? What's my composition and how do I go and get that ball into the goal? And the thing is that Byro did everything right. Like they immediately got the pick-offs first place first. They were able to bring the ball straight up close to the goal, which is exactly what you need to do in Brawl Ball. The positioning of the ball is really important. You had to make sure that it's not literally not right next to the goalpost, but as close to it as possible so you can carry it in when the opportunity arises. So again, yeah, that's a lot of damage that Wonka is able to soak up. Poco is able to keep him alive for a little bit though, but Wonka not able to stay alive. But they ignored Seichi, who managed to slip into the back line and get the ball into the goal.
Annihilated, man. Seichi opening things up with the first blood so early on in there, and he goes in yet again, swinging that shovel, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and he takes out Illness. Aaron takes Jill out. Wonka shut down as well. This is Byro, and they'll be able to delay themselves.
I think they might delay it a little bit too late there, but then again, Seichi's still able to bring the ball to the goal, but he knew the moment they got those 3 pickoffs in quick succession, it was all over there for PvP, as unfortunate it is to say, but you know, that's the way the ball rolls.
It's exactly the way the ball rolls right now. We want to see a little bit more aggression coming in here from Triple B. They should be able to push up front, just like what Seichi's been doing, just like what Vex wants to do in those games as well. They push up front, and it's not for the intention to place themselves to receive the ball, but more to annihilate their opponents. You don't have a defender there to catch the ball, you get the goal.
Yeah, indeed. And the amount of damage output was really, really high. You could see that they were just laying down as many of those area damage effects there. So it basically made it like that whole pitch really toxic for them to stay on too long, you know, and especially when you're fighting against each other like that, the key thing into winning a brawl ball is being able to get your pick-offs one after another in quick succession, because when they're all trying to spawn in, there's no one defending that goalpost, and that's exactly the situation that Byro found themselves in. They eliminated all 3 members of BBB, was literally right in front of the goal, and they just decided, let's play a little bit of ping pong, let's pass the ball to each other, and hopefully be able to get into the goal somehow.
and lucky for them that they didn't get wiped out right after the players started respawning back in. But of course, Triple B unable to keep Byro out and away from their goalpost for too long. Quite honestly, I don't even think they managed to push them into their own half. Byro just played this in the half of Triple B for literally all those 3 games.
Yeah, I think that's just down to like the level of aggression that Byro has, and obviously the confidence they had after they won that first set, because they knew after that point that, oh wow, BBB actually not as strong as we expected, so that's why they really rushed in hard in that second set there. So well done there, the Byro, like by all means, because that was a very dominant play there, and truly shows that they really have what it takes to move on to the next phase.
Yeah, quite honestly, they are giving me, you know, visions of Kicks as well as Jupiter in here, and you know, they have been going quite this streak. It's just that the only difference, they have not had enough games in their arsenal. But this opportunity to take out Triple B and still stay in the fray is more than perfect for Byro.
Indeed, and the thing is that now the real challenge for them is going to be who they're going to be facing off next, because certainly the next challenger to their the next stage of the upper brackets, they will also have just won a set against another team there. So pretty much the further you go into the brackets, the stronger your opponents are going to become. So that's where, you know, the adaptation is going to be key. And especially with the ban system being implemented for this game, for this tournament here, it does mean that you may not necessarily be able to stick to the same composition throughout the whole bracket. You most likely will have to change things up, not just because of the game mode, but also because of what sort of reactions your opponents has. You know, if they decide to ban out a specific hero, you have to identify why exactly they did that. You know, what exactly are they targeting from your lineup here that made that ban so important.
Yeah, and you know, that just blows up the whole scene of the game, because each and every single one of these characters can impact the game in such various ways, and that's why we've got the different maps available for those players to bring in all of those fight for as well, because being able to if you get your S class as well as your A ranked players or your characters banned out, it doesn't mean you automatically lose that game, because there's so many more characters out there for the exploitation. And if you go in and get your drafts done right, you should be able to pick that W. As Pyro goes in, Vex eliminates Illness, Jill taken out as well as Seichi gets a little bit more aggressive, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. How are we going to be able to take this as they jump in to grab those gems?
Yeah, so Bounty is going to be all about kills, and Byro's already so far ahead now with 5 stars in the hand. Oh, and 9 just like that. Vex getting a good kill there. Unfortunately, he does lose his life to the Piper, but again, that's just down to rage. Piper is much more deadlier the further away she is from the target, but you have to watch out for Pete there, because Pete, Aaron is able to control his head there to just go directly into the enemy brawlers here and explode right in front of the faces. And Vex picks up another good kill there until Illness. Wonka gets picked up as well by the Tick. I mean, this is looking absolutely over right now for BBB, because that a 10-point deficit is going to be super hard to pull off, especially 1 minute left. Wonka now.
Wonka, beautiful.
Just dives down to his death there, unfortunately. But the Parasol at least kept the landing smooth.
Yeah, I didn't see the use of just jumping right through. Here comes that bomb. Beautifully explodes. HE taken out by Jill. An absolutely well-placed super is going to be Aaron right now. Wonka comes in for the pressure, but Aaron just using all of the terrain to block it off. Sends one bomb right out through and gets the slay on Jill. Aaron with a double. Illness eliminated as well. Seiji takes Wonka out of the equation. This is Byro all the way through now, Victor.
They literally have twice the amount of stars as BBB right now. I mean, the thing is that they're still so aggressive even at this point. Look at Seichi. He's at 900 points. He's still going for that kill, but unfortunately, Illness does pick him up. But that space there allowed Wonka to get picked off there. Jill now just trying to hold his own. He has 2 stars on his hands there, but not enough health to make a difference here. 44 points to 20. Wow. Wow.
Dominated to no chance whatsoever to make a comeback in there. Just they clearly know how to pick their champions. They clearly know how to stay away from their opposition so they don't get tanked at all. Wonka was the character that needed to go in and close that gap off, so you could bring in that extra bit of damage. But no matter what she tried, those marksmen from Byro just shut her down again and again and again.
Yeah, especially Seichi. You can see a lot of times the Pipers are just locked in the duel with each other, because, oftentimes, and especially in Bounty, the Piper is usually the one who stays in the back line. The one who does the most damage at the longest range, because that's the way her attack works. The further she is from her target, the more damage she's able to apply on her target. So the thing is that you can see Seichi literally just moves up into the front line, just literally trying to get up as close as possible to BBB there, just to be able to pick up these kills. And it just goes to show, sometimes in the mirror matchup like this, you want the one with the most aggression usually ends up winning the rounds.
And it's just unfortunate that Triple B is just not picking up on this, because it's this 4 rounds now that they have just had to face an absolutely crazy aggressive side of Byro, and they have not come in back with a response just yet. There's still an opportunity in here though.
Yeah, there's still an opportunity. They've, despite the fact they've lost 2 rounds here, now this means that they're going to be going into the lower brackets. So that means they still have another chance to fight it out and hopefully get back into the upper brackets. But to do that, they still have to face off against another team. Who knows how that match is going to turn out, though?
Yeah, and Triple B with the streak in here so far. It seems to be an L streak, don't mind me saying. The type of comeback that we can expect from them. Let's not put too much of pressure on Triple B for the time being. Let's let them take their own time, because there obviously is a very huge element that they need to counter, and that is the aggression. How will they take it in this game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Byro have got one more opportunity to shut them down in here. Triple B not doing much as Wonka gets taken down. It's going to be Aaron continuously with... Wonka just dives right in.
Why?
Just to get slapped out by Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, you ran right in front of literally the most, tankiest guy in the lineup, aside from the Frankenstein. Because Bull, he has a shotgun. You don't want to rush up in front of his face. And look at Seichi! Oh my goodness, he was so far forward there. Unfortunately, he had to get picked up there by the Tick. Now, Jill, trying to go for a flanking maneuver here, was able to at least deny that area there. So Vex is going to have to back off. With 4 stars on his head there, the bounty on him is really, really high. But then again, he is literally the tankiest brawler right now on the map. Just rushing in front there, tanking all of that damage, but he needs to avoid that one. Oh, Ilda's getting a pick up at the last moment. So there's 4 stars now for BBB. So it looks like they're getting really close here. Now keeping the compositions very close. They are trying their best here to keep Byro on with the tails. Seiji is able to jump in front. The Piper though picks up the kill on the Seiji and is able to at least keep the hopes alive for BBB. But with 40 seconds left, BBB still needs to make up a deficit of stars, and they're losing stars right now to the Frankenstein of Vex because he is absolutely killing it, taking out a Piper yet again there on that Frankenstein.
Now Seiji can get taken down. Wonka with a beautiful shot through. Now she's been playing this a little badly so far, but the recovery gameplay from Wonka has been quite impressive. 70-27. Can they make up the deficit of 10 stars within the next 20 or so seconds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? It looks like it's not going to be possible. Aaron dropping back. Wonka should be able to fly through and get the slay, but a little too late, and the HP just recovers too much in the Aaron. The 4-star opportunity! But Wonka gets taken down instead. 34 stars for the side of Byro.
Wow, that was literally like a last-second rush there. So congratulations to Byro. I mean, 2 rounds to 0, but BBB, they really put their hearts in that last set there. I mean, it was still an impressive effort nevertheless, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough there to overcome the dominance, or rather the dominant plays that Byro has been able to bring.
Yeah, Wonka, you know, to have that special ability to just, you know, float around on that map is either going to do you a lot of good or a lot of bad. And a lot of good is if you place yourself far enough so that you don't get tanked by the other champions, but instead Wonka just flies right into the fray, out of the pot into the fire, literally, again and again and again. And unfortunately, that's not going to help Triple B at all. Byro will make it through. Let's take a quick short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. When we come back, more brawling in here.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles, taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the ESL Mobile Open bringing you Brawl Stars, and indeed it has been an absolute fist fight here to open up the day.
Yeah, indeed. It's been first round there. We saw Byro versus BBB, and it wasn't really that close. It got a little bit close towards the end, to be fair, but by that point, BBB was already kind of broken and already down by one round already. So Byro was able to sweep that in a clean 2-0, and they're going to be through into the next round here. And going to this next one here, we're going to be seeing winner versus winner here. So I can't wait to see who the teams are, because we don't know yet, basically, until the brackets come up.
Yeah, we will not know just yet, but don't worry, because we'll be walking you through all of the action. And let's break down a little bit about the Brawl Ball, right? As the match opened up earlier, there were a couple of strategies that was used by Byro to go in there for the full-on attack. Now, the first one was they made sure they closed the gap between themselves as well as Triple B, and they continuously brought that ball up forth in that field. But even before the ball went up, there was always this one marksman to jump into the fray first, just to annihilate those other players.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you do in Brawl Ball. You know, you eliminate the defenders, and then you have a clear path to the goal. A straight road towards victory.
Yeah,
right?
and of course, you know, some of the action that we have seen in there, hopefully Triple B would have stood as a great lesson and reminder for the other teams that the aggression will definitely be needed unless you have got some, tankier options on your side. And, that's one of the things that I think Triple B could have explored, bringing in a couple of more, extra tankier champions in there just to receive all of that damage that clearly Byro was placing upon them.
Yeah, so going into this next one though, at least for BBB, they will have a little bit of a reprieve because they're still in the bracket. They're going to be going down into the lower brackets this time, so they still have another chance to make it. They just need to fight their way to the lower bracket finals. As for Byro though, their path is going to be much easier, or relatively easier, I have to say, because while they were going to be facing off less rounds in the upper bracket overall, they're definitely going to be facing much tougher opponents coming into the next phase. So the thing is that for them, they're just going to have to keep stepping up the game. They're going to have to keep adapting to the new opponents they're going to be facing to, and they always have to be wary about what sort of game modes are going to be coming up next, because choosing the right composition for the right map is absolutely key if you really want to make it far in this bracket.
Yeah, no doubt. For the right map, for the right game mode as well, because, different sort of demands will be placed onto your character, onto you as a player itself within these game modes. I mean, we have got the hot zone in there, we've got Brawl Ball, and we've got something as basic as Bounty. If you want to go in a little bit more aggressive later on, we've got Siege as well, where they will be able to bring in those Siege bots to get those damages done onto those saves. But that is if we get pushed all the way into series number 3.
Yeah, keep that away. Come on, baby bear. Be good. Be good, bear. But yeah, in any case, going into the next round here, I really want to see what's going to be up in store, because so far we've only seen a Brawl Ball and a Bounty match. We still have 3 other game modes here to consider, the Heist, the Siege, and the Hot Zone. And those 3 game modes are literally going to be the most contentious ones, because it's less about the kills, more about how you play the objectives. And objective-based maps are usually the ones where it's less about how strong your composition is. It's more about how you actually apply the composition in order to achieve your objectives. So yeah, I think going to this next round here, given that we're going to be seeing 2 winners in the upper brackets here, it's going to be a real treat.
Absolutely. Last Wolf and Rekka MK. Oh yeah, as well as our big wall with their substitute Farhan in here as well, will be representing Last Wolf Esports.
Yeah, so Last Wolf, they had a pretty good run, I think, throughout the latter weekends. Won some games, lost a few of them, but overall still a very solid performer so far in this ESL Mobile Open. And now that they're actually going to be facing a playoff situation here, it's going to be a real test to their ability to see how far they can go.
Well, let's see if or not we can bring up their opponents in here. They will be taken on Byro, so we will not be running through the players once again for you guys. There are just 3 in there to remember, eh? And if you guys don't remember them, we will bring them in red again. Will we be able to see the exact same sort of aggression or will they be tamed by the wolves this time around?
Well, I think that still remains to be seen. But then again, given what I've seen so far from Last Wolf, you know that they still are capable of fighting.
Yeah.
They still understand the meta well enough, to be able to achieve the objectives. So that pretty much is key. Like, that's literally all you need to know, basically, when it comes to competing in Brawl Stars. How far you go is going to be purely determined by your mechanical skill level. How quickly you can charge up your supers, how effectively you can actually use your attacks and gadgets throughout these matchups. And the other factor as well is going to be communication. When you're playing, you're not just playing alone, you're playing with 2 other teammates. Yeah. And you always have to be in constant communication with them. You need to let them know, who to target. You have to call out whenever someone's trying to do a flank. And you got to, especially for heroes that are meant for like area denial or have long range attacks, you have to kind of do a bit of shot calling. You have to let them know that, target this hero here because he's very low and just one shot through the brush should be able to take him down.
Yeah, and of course, that's exactly where the communication comes in. But the mechanical ability to, pull those shots off accurately will really, really depend on whether or not they get the W or the L. As we could see Wonka earlier, Wonka clearly was getting the communication to get up there into the air and move. But unfortunately, Wonka just kept placing himself right in the middle of all of the hottest action and taken down multiple times all round. So Triple B wasn't able to shine as much. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys think that you can do slightly better than Triple B at the ladders in here, and you're watching on Twitch and you want to find out more about the ESL Mobile Open, how can you yourself climb up the ladders? Don't forget, you can just go in and comment _sign up to get all of the rundown to know more info. But this is only on Twitch.
Yeah, this is only on Twitch. I think for Facebook it's going to be slightly different, but safe to say, if you have not liked the page already, why haven't you? Like, just do it. It's literally just one click away. And when you hit the follow as well, anytime we go live here on ESL Malaysia, you'll be the first one to know. So go ahead, hit that like button, hit that follow button, and be sure to follow all the updates because, ESL Malaysia page, they're always posting every single day. You'll get to see updates about how all the different teams are doing in the ladders or who's has the best highlights so far in the group stage. And especially after this playoff is done, you're going to be seeing the whole highlight reel of this whole tournament there. So make sure you guys stay on that page there because all the updates will be coming in here from us at ESL, and we will love to have you guys enjoy all this content.
And here's the thing, right? If you don't have the time to sit down and watch so many of these ladder competitions to see if or not you have got what it takes to beat these players, don't worry about it because each and every single week at the end of the week, Victor, Contra, and I, we will be bringing you the condensed information from the Mobile Open. So you'll be able to see all of the highlight plays from all of the tournaments, starting off from Asphalt down to, Legends of Runeterra. We've got Brawl Stars in there as well as Wild Rift.
Yeah, indeed. And we're going to be more even as time goes on because ESL, we're not going to be sitting on only just these games. As time goes on, as more mobile games pop up in around here, and if you guys even request for it, probably can even accommodate it. So there's going to be more games coming and definitely more opportunities for players and teams alike to really show what
Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, shameless plug there.
Yeah, you guys just got a demand for it, yo.
but then again, Call of Duty, it's been doing quite well in it.
It has definitely been doing well, man. I mean, through the Southeast Asian region, I think Garena, the Garena server itself is one of the strongest within the world of Call of Duty Mobile. But we'll talk more about that when we add that into the series within the ESL Mobile Open. We're still waiting for the players to jump into the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hence why you have to see our faces just a little bit longer in here.
Yeah, and this bear has just been like an absolute treat.
Just careful, bro. He sheds a lot.
Yeah, he does. I've had to clear my sweater here for quite a bit, but I don't care. I mean, big baby bear, so squeezy.
You should get the bear a face shield, bro.
Oh yeah. Don't worry, it doesn't really concern him too much. Yeah, he'll be fine.
Let's take a quick look in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's going to be Byro going up against Last Wolf. Oh, and the action is just hot as we open things up. And this is going to be the Siege Siege as we collect all of these little nuts and bolts. Are we going to be able to see our big wall go down first in here? Because the pressure coming in from Seiji, Vex keeping a very tight grouping in as they go in for the full-on wipe.
Ooh.
But neither team is able to place all of that action and pressure as much as they want in here.
Yeah, it's-
Last Wolf picking up 4 bolts so far.
Yeah, the thing is that the bans, you know, that's going to need to be expected. The Stu and the Bell, they've been pretty much the S-class tier heroes here in this patch so far. And Byro now, Byro and Last Move at least are able to make use of the Poco, which is pretty much the best healer right now in Brawl Stars. And testament to that, you know, they've been exchanging shots left and right, but still able to stay alive. Miguel tries to go for the dive there, but Vex and Saiji is able to take them out just in time.
Oh.
In terms of nuts and bolts, though, Last Move is still leading the charts here with 13 bolts to 3 only on Byro's side. So certainly when the bots start to come up, you're going to be seeing a lot of pressure here onto Byro very soon.
Yeah, that's GGWP. If you are thinking that this wasn't already enough of the pressure being placed onto Byro, here comes the Siege bot. A level 13 one at that 38,000 on that HP as he goes in for the push. The turret isn't able to do much towards this bot, and that save will get taken down. Our big wall, he will put on all of that pressure against Vex, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and the match is over.
They needed to focus fire on the bot, and that's sometimes like the mistake that some teams do. Like they focus so much on your opponents that they forget that the bot is still headed its way towards your base. So the thing is that they were still able to cut its health down to half, but at the level 13, it's near impossible to stop him from hitting your base there before it's too late. So been unfortunate for them, but then again, well done there to Last Wolf, you know, picking up 13 bolts, you know, and all those exchanges, and still able to stay alive thanks to the Poco's special. That was, the Poco's super. That was still very impressive there from Last Wolf.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? I mean, look at how dominant Byro was in the previous series, and then they come up against Last Wolf, and they don't look too great now, do they? That's exactly what we're talking about. ESL Mobile Open. Bring yourselves in here as well, so that you guys can show teams like Team Wolf that they will definitely be the last Wolf as you chop them down as well. But are we going to be able to see Byro get that done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Because match number 1 was an absolute annihilation. It's not every day that you see a level 13 Siege bot dropping in.
Not every day. I mean, the last time I saw that, I was on the losing end, so it wasn't a fun day. That certainly wasn't fun at all. But then again, they still have another chance again. Probably it's going to be this next map here in Siege, and hopefully Byro will be able to apply some flexibility to the lineup here, because maybe they might have to change up the lineup a little bit. I think that they will still have to main the Poco, pretty much, because the Poco is still available, and it would be insane if you do not pick up the Poco in your lineup. But you need to pair up Poco with like really strong tanks that are also still able to deal damage and still have the mobility necessary to dive into your enemy's composition. So I think that's sort of like the game plan that both of these teams want to go with, and certainly being able to survive long enough here to pick up the bolts is absolutely key, especially in the game mode of Siege.
Yeah, and how do you go in and pick those balls up? You need to annihilate your opposition first. Clearly, it was not as easy as it seemed, as for it was in game number 1 for Byro. This is game number 2 for them. Are they going to be able to bring on that exact same level of aggression? Aaron has been able to show us that he's not afraid to jump in. Seiji usually the one that pushes up front first. There are big well really low, and they should be able to pick off a bolt off of him real quick, but they don't go in for the slay, and Seiji falls. Vex goes down as well, and it's all up to Aaron now just to hold his fort. He backs away whilst he waits for Seiji to come right back in there for that backup.
Yeah, lucky for them, it was a tie at the point there because they had 1 bolt each, but now Last Wolf has a very clear lead now, 3 bolts ahead of Byro, so Byro really needs to try to retake the center point here. Another bolt is going to spawn here, but Seiji is tanking a lot of damage. Vex is able to pick it up, but they still want to try to stay in position because another bolt is about to spawn here, and oh yeah, is just trying his best here to deny them that last bolt there because they know that they're just hanging on by a thread here practically. Aaron able to get the kill onto Rebecca. Now they're going to try their best here to pick up as many bolts as they can. They've already tied it up 6 for 6 right now. Ooh, this is going to be a very close match.
Oh yeah, just respecting his opponents, not going in there to pick that bolt up. He knows exactly how risky this maneuver will be. Vex the same as well. With 2,900 HP right now, he needs to back away. Seiji goes in and he pays for it.
Yeah, the damage cannon there, bumping his damage there as an 8-bit, which is pretty much what he wants to do. You know, place that cannon right in a good position there, and he can just keep poking at your enemy. So credit to them. Byro is now taking a 1-bolt lead, now a 2-bolt lead here as Vex picks up another bolt and sends it back to his base. Seichi had to flag in order to be able to get back to his ward, but they are able to pick up a kill onto Rebecca here. That's just pretty much making it very hard for Last Wolf to be able to take control of this center section. The 8-bit is proving to be a really good choice here for Byro because it's starting to win them off in this set.
Oh, solid plays in here from Seichi so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They are answering all of the questions.
Woo.
Can they bring the aggression? The answer is yes. 20 bolts right now. All thanks to Seichi. He holds 3 on his head. Are we going to be able to see him get taken out? Our big wall dropping in right there, but Seichi says, hey, get out of here.
Yeah, 22 level siege, but this is way bigger one than what we saw in the previous round. So Last Wolf now is going to have the work cut off of them, trying their best to delay it. And it looks like they just might be able to do it because the button isn't able to make it to base. But look at that, Seichi sets himself up right next to the base. It's just Aaron sending as many shots as he can. They've done enough damage here, and with the timer running out here, Byro will probably win by default.
Oh, what a play, what aggression coming right back in from Seichi, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We asked the question, where was the aggression that they showed Triple B? Obviously, they held back in game number 1, not by choice. It was because the Last Wolf, they pushed them back so much. But as we dropped into Siege, round number 2, bringing in the even bigger Siege board, Byro is back in action.
And this is exactly what I love to see, you know, teams where they just adapt rapidly to the conditions and they found the right pick for them. And the 8-bit pick there was vital for Byro because the damage output that he's able to do when he sets down his cannon is huge. And that applies not just for the 8-bit alone, it also applies for all of his teammates. So as long as they all stay within the area effect there of his cannon, their damage just multiplies. So that was exactly the game plan that they had. They knew that as long as we can get that cannon as close as possible to base and just all shoot the base at the same time, that should be enough to get us enough damage here and ensure we get the win. So it was still a very risky strategy, all things considered, because if Last Wolf was able to pick up enough balls and actually send the siege bot their way, then the 8-bit immediately becomes a huge liability because his cannon is not mobile. That damage effect goes away the moment you step out of his effect zone. So if they were to be forced to defend at the base, that could have been a very tight situation. But Byro still kept the cool. They still were able to pull it through, and now we're going to be seeing a full set here today.
Yeah, and 8-bit probably is going to get banned out before they go into the next match. There's no way they want to deal with him again.
Yeah, I mean, still debatable. I mean, 8-bit isn't exactly considered S tier at this point in its current patch. There's still most of the bans will still be weighted more towards the classic heroes like Stu or Bell or Poco. But right now, I think Byro is starting to find a composition that works for them. So let's see if they can still carry that forward in the next game, or what will Last Wolf actually try to counter pick here. So let's have a look here. So again, it looks like they're going to be going for Rico here. So, no, not Rico here, but at least he's going to be able to pull out enough damage there. Aaron now able to pick up the first bolt, so he's able to send it back to base. Now there's a 2-bolt.
Yeah!
Oh, yeah! Getting picked off there by Seichi. Well done there. So Byro now keeping the death ball alive here. Goes for another kill. Takes out Rebecca. Can they take out RB Growth? Yes, they will. That's 3 kills now. And the bot has just spawned. So this is terrible for Last Wolf because they can't stand the tide here. They're going to get washed over.
Oh no, what is going on? The siege bot, the attack is coming through for the Last Wolf, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They managed to take the siege bot down at level 3. That's not enough at all. But the next siege is going to be dropping in about 25 seconds. The pressure coming through from the side of Last Wolf, but they have not managed to pick up enough bolts in here for themselves to make sure the siege bot on their... Oh no! What a turnaround from Byro! They are going to be getting the siege yet again!
Oh my goodness, they still have picked up enough here, and oh yeah, is able to pick up the kill there on the Vex, but still with the screw deficit here on the side of the Last Wolf, they really need to step up the aggression here against Aaron and Seichi in particular. Oh, a level 6 bot, okay, it's not quite strong, so the thing is that they should be able to cut it down before it gets to the base there, but they need to be able to focus fire on it, and unfortunately that's forcing them to concede a lot of ground here to Byro, and they're just taking advantage of that, moving up forward, trying to get the kills. RB Grill still able to get the kill though, so Byro unfortunately has to keep the distance. They aren't able to
pulls him in.
jumped in. Oh boy, Byro able to still hold their own. Aaron and Vex able to hide right behind the wall, but looks like Last Wolf are really trying to go for this last-ditch attempt here to steal as many of these screws as they can.
Yeah, they need more than this, man. I mean, if they're able to bring the siege in right after this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the amount of damage Last Wolf can do will definitely be more than Byro. But right now, Byro has equaled up those screws, and it is Vex who pulls his opponent right in. Now, Aaron needs to be really careful. Vex, if he will back away, he doesn't want to lose his bot, and they bring in the level 9 siege bot this time round. Last Wolf, always so close, just cannot get to their destination.
The thing is that they already have enough damage, so as long as they can hold it out, as long as they can prevent the Last Wolf from being able to do any damage on the base, but in fact, the bot is going to be able to do it for them, it looks like. The base almost down here, just down to about 2,000 points, but unfortunately, the thing is that they were not able to kill it all, but it doesn't matter. Byro still wins out in the end, 2-1. Wow.
That aggression, crazy. And so many a times, Last Wolf almost turned it around, but they continued forcing the case in here. Just like what they did with Triple B, they asked themselves the question, how in the world are we going to counter such an aggressive team? You counter aggression with aggression sometimes.
Fight fire, fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, it's just a perfect thing to do. You know, you're going to be aggressive with me, I'm going to be aggressive to you, mate.
and clearly it worked, right? And this was the siege. They got 3 back-to-back siege bots in here, and there was nothing Last Wolf could do about it. And the last siege bot going all the way through, getting the damage done onto the safe as well. And they tried their best to get out of it. And quite honestly, they did even better than Triple B, if you ask me, because they go in straight up for that siege bot. They don't let that siege bot get anywhere near to them. In the previous game, we saw that, the turret was set up very close towards the safe of, Last Wolf, and they got the attack done that way. But this time around, they had to kind of capitalize on the siege bot's push and go in for that flank as well.
Yeah, and crucially, because they still consistently were able to get enough bolts to always constantly send a siege towards Last Wolf, that meant that Last Wolf really didn't have a good opportunity to actually make a push at all.
Yeah.
And that was crucial because the thing is that even if the last siege bot didn't make it to the base, they will still have won by default just by having done 12% of damage onto the base. And that's just the way the game works, Like, understanding these kind of mechanics and understanding the objectives of each map is crucial for your success. And Byro just showed that, sometimes it's not always about kills, it's always about the objectives, and they played the objective to a T.
Yeah, and Sichi was the one who was very aggressive as he found the opportunity, but he didn't force the case. He was attacked first, and when he saw the opening to go right back in there for that player, he just went in, he took that opportunity, and from then on it was just a snowball victory non-stop in there for Byro. What a way to turn things around in the series here. They lose one, they pick 2 right back up.
Yeah, so that's 1 round point already to them, so that's half the job done practically for them. So the thing is they have to repeat this performance again in a completely different game mode, in a completely different map, perhaps even a completely different lineup, say for the Bell and the Stew, because those have been banned out. But again, if they really want to be able to make it to the next phase, they have to follow this up with an equally impressive performance here. And I think the stage is pretty much set for this to be a very tight series, because looking at the skill levels, it doesn't look like there's much differentiating between the two of them, honestly.
Game number 1, yeah, but in game number 2 and 3, Byro clearly could place that pressure onto Last Wolf, and there was no response coming out. We expected a little bit of a fight there. We expected them to drag it out a little bit, but all we could see, especially in that last game, no matter what Last Wolf did, all they could do was tank the aggression from Byro. They could not make a play, no matter what they tried.
Yeah, I mean, it's just constant pressure there, and that's perfect application, especially in a map like Siege. But going to the next one, though, like, I think Byro still has a really good chance here, but Last Wolf, if they can really get a good composition out in the first game alone, that could actually give them the psychological advantage, I think, because I think Byro is coming in this a little bit on the back foot, having lost that first set. But they're slowly trying to pick up the pieces again. All Last Wolf needs to do is be able to just cut them off right at the source. Just cut them down in that second game here, and just make sure they aren't able to pick it up again, and force it into a third round here, and hopefully just deal the death blow by them.
Yeah, so this is it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Byro has picked up game number 1, but now we've got Brawl Ball.
Ooh.
And let's see how they take this on as Aaron deletes MK and Seiji brings that ball right into that goal post, picking up the score number 1.
Yeah, apologies that seemed a little bit fast because they actually scored 1 goal. The previous round already played just now, so we were watching basically the second goal being played. But again, Byro, what the heck?
Why did we only watch the second goal? Don't ask us. We don't really know. We got off guard there, right there as well. But Byro, as they take the fight up against Last Wolf, what's happening to these guys? They started off so well. Or was Byro just not well prepared in game number 1 and they dropped it and then kicked themselves up in the foot and then went right back into the fray?
I mean, I got a theory, but just basically like Byro tried to play it safe in the first game, but then realized that Last Wolf was going to be playing aggressive that round. So perhaps that was why they lost the first set. But then immediately after that first round, they're like, okay, at least now we know what to expect.
Yeah.
So that's where they changed up the composition. They changed out the game plan a bit. The 8-bit pick was so crucial for them to get the momentum. And once they had the momentum, it looks like they're not going to be letting it go.
Yeah,
like,
fair assessment. Fair assessment indeed. I mean, taking a look at how your opponents choose to take the pace of the game in game 1 really did show them exactly how they want to, tackle the rest of the series. And oh, what a way to tackle it has been.
I mean, in a game of Brawl Ball, tackle is the name of the game, pretty much, because you're snatching balls all left and right. You're passing it on, and yeah, it's all around just scoring that goal. And I think in the next one we're going to be seeing, I'm hoping we'll be able to get the first round in, because at least we'll be able to get a good view about how exactly Byro are going to be able to pull this off. But it looks like at this point the momentum is very squarely on Byro's side, so I'm a little bit worried, I have to say, for Last Wolf.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And I hope that Last Wolf will be able to make a better play this time round. And, the secret sauce is that aggression, right? But also down to the picks that they bring in as well. Hopefully they will be able to bring in maybe 2 marksmen as well as 1, close quarter combat specialist just to go in there. Bring in 1 fighter, maybe not even a tank, right? 1 fighter, just take it up against their opponents, and they should be able to pull a couple away right after this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Whether or not that happens, we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait to find out. But yeah, to your point, sometimes, especially in Brawl Ball, you're gonna be focusing a lot more on, like, I suppose mobility is one thing.
Yeah.
But you also need to have that kill potential.
Correct.
And the thing is that if you do pick up heroes that can snowball very quickly, then you're going to be at a massive advantage. That's why heroes like Stu are so strong in this meta right now, because he can charge up his super so insanely quickly. Like, literally, he has like, his main attack is like 2 shots. Any one of those shots can already fully charge his super. And on top of that, if he does let out his super, even though the initial charge doesn't do any damage, the trail of fire that gets left behind, that's enough to charge up his super again. So heroes that can snowball effectively are going to be super crucial to pick in a game like in Brawl Ball, like right now.
Okay, now Vex is receiving so much of that damage, but he's going to get stuff out. Oh, and that happens, but the trade comes through on the other side, and Seiji gets the goal either way. Last Wolf, they were depending on the takedown of that tank, and obviously Vex was gonna be a problem if he makes his way all the way up to the goalpost, but they just focused in on the wrong one. Seiji is the one that gets all of those goals in. Oh yeah, has the opportunity to take him down right now. 7,000 on that HP, he tops it right back up. Our big wall with a 2-on-1 situation, and Seiji goes down to Rememka.
Yeah, Aaron at least is going to be able to hold his own here in the midfield, but oh yeah, now trying to go for a rush there, is able to take down Aaron. So Vex now is the last line of defense, and the thing is that Frankenstein, even though he has 9,000 health points, he's going to have his work cut out for him here as Seiji tries to fight back here. They really are desperate to try to get a pick off. They might just find one here on yeah, but it's going to be a trade-off, unfortunately, as Seiji gets himself taken down. Now Vex and Aaron now moving forward. Vex picks up the ball. He's going to try to kick it in. Doesn't quite get it on 1 point though, unfortunately, before Vex now tries to get it again, but unfortunately, he's going to lose his life here to oh yeah on that max.
Oh, absolute perfection coming in here from both teams, but Last Wolf right now managing to pull the ball right back up. Seiji with a takedown and goes in for the full on, and he takes oh yeah out as well, and a beautiful double for him. Can they manage to get our big wall out of the equation? Vex coming in here for that backup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Aaron in here as well, but bye-bye they say to Vex. Aaron all alone, 2-on-1. Our big wall needs to be a little bit patient, and they will lead the ball right up. Seiji, if they defensive maneuver, manages to kick the ball out of the way, and he trades his life for it instead.
Yeah, with the cannon being set up in front, Vex is going to lose a lot of help there before he's finally able to get a takedown down by RB Guel, now being chased down by Aaron. Aaron gets a special and does get the kill, I think. Yeah, he does. He gets the kill into RB Guel. Now the chase is on. 25 seconds left. Can Stagey do it? Passes into Vex. Vex now getting position, but he's in front of a wall. He uses his super in order to clear it out, but RB Guel snatches the ball away, prevents it from getting into the goal. Now it's going to be a beeline straight to the other goal here. Can he do it? He shoots! No! He misses! He didn't quite make it there! My goodness, Byro now, they still have another chance. They're still trying their best, but they're trying to get rid of Last Wolf, but it's still going to be hung around here. And just by that, Byro still ends up winning it. Unfortunately, Last Wolf will have to find their last chance in the lower brackets.
A double body block to save Byro from the defeat, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And Last Wolf does not get to force the matter. They do not get to force the question on whether or not they can test Byro out for game number 3. Last Wolf down to the lower brackets.
Yeah, you could tell that was a really exciting match because even Baby Bear is like, yeah, he was so excited. But that was such a close one there. My goodness, he was literally, they got the pick offs, but the thing is that they was so far away from the goal. If the pickup happened like while it was still in the midfield area, I think they could have still have made it. But it's just so unfortunate there for Last Wolf missing out by that tiny bit. But those are the kind of margins, you know, that you always have to deal with in esports, right? Like the margin of victory can sometimes be so narrow that all it takes is just one simple move and that would just tip the balance in their favor. So in the case of Byro though, scoring that first goal there was absolutely crucial for their success because because of how close the fighting was, you know. Last Wolf, they still had a chance, but Byro still won out in the end just because they had scored that goal first.
Victor and I are clearly having so much of fun casting this, and we hope you guys are having fun as well. We're going to take a quick short break for ourselves. Make sure you guys grab some snacks, and we'll be right back.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the ESL Mobile Open that brings you Brawl Stars. And so far, Byro, they came in here for a brawl and they siap tapao everyone in here, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really close fight, I have to say, actually, like just looking at the way they were doing their fights in the pickoffs. But in the end, it was the objectives that won them the games, and Byro pulled it off in the Brawl Ball maps. So credit where it's due, they played that very, very well, so that's why they're true into the upper brackets, but Last Wolf, unfortunately, will have to fight it out in the lower brackets. I actually had a talk with production earlier about why we missed that first goal. Apparently, the first goal came so fast they didn't have time to switch to us. It was, like they were surprised, like, whoa, that goal just happened immediately, apparently.
Well, unfortunately for us, that's exactly how Brawl Stars is, and that's exactly how fast-paced the match can be if you are a little unsuspecting. Now, we asked the question whether or not a team like Byro can do the same exact annihilating, moves that they had against Triple B against a team like Last Wolf. After game number 1, which clearly they were not ready for, or they just weren't taking with the right mindset. And, they came bouncing back really hard.
Yeah, and I think that goes to show that they are really a team to watch out for, actually, in the upper brackets, because if they're able to adapt that quickly, literally after the first set, it goes to show that they have a lot of flexibility, actually, in their lineup. So I think the next team is going to be facing off again. Is probably going to have to think a little bit hard about what sort of composition they want to run, because they have to be ready to switch, the moment they realize that this composition is working for the first set. So that kind of adaptation, that's pretty much the way you're going to be able to dominate brackets, because if you adapt rapidly and you're able to counterpick effectively, it pretty much makes your opponent's game a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, and quite honestly, in the game like Brawl Stars, where your characters do go ahead to recover, as long as you stay away from engagement for a little bit, it also goes into play as to how well they know their own champions, as well as their recovery rates, to go back in there for that re-engage. Because we have seen quite a number of times where those players go in for the full-on dive, they're not even able to take those plays, and just like that whole round is lost. So, expecting so much more of these, mistakes to be exploited by the likes of Byro in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So, absolutely, once again, congratulations to them for taking up a 2-game back-to-back.
Yeah, so games are really fast. Blink it and you miss it. So, guys, make sure you guys stay tuned and keep watching, because the games are so fast, so intense, and so much action here. It's been an absolute joy to cast, and I can't wait to see what more twists and turns this bracket is going to bring us, because we still got a lot of games to go. We still got a lot of maps we haven't even played. We haven't even touched Hot Zone yet. Like that one, I think that one's going to be the most competitive one, because Brawl Stars is a game about getting kills and area denial. You want to get your positionings right, and you want to deny your enemy the ideal positioning for themselves. And in a game like in a map like Hot Zone, this is where you literally have to fight over an area of the map, one specific area or two specific areas, depending on the map that's chosen. But nevertheless, that's where you're going to be seeing the teams that are able to sustain themselves in brawls or just constantly being able to get pickoffs when they need to. Is where you start to see a lot of assassin plays, start to come into the forefront, because that's where having a really good assassin on your side helps you win out those engagements.
And you also need to have a character that can tank quite a number of these blows. And this needs to be that objective player who's in that hot zone picking up those points. Because when you go in for the first two maps for hot zone that we've kind of locked down in here for our players today, you've got two of those hot zones. And in map 3, where if everything goes down to the line, we've got one apiece for each team, we bring it down into just one hot zone there for them to brawl it out to see exactly who can be the best in that circle. So it's going to be all out non-stop action in here for you guys. If you have not grabbed your snacks yet, you only have a few more seconds to do so, because the games will be kicking off in a bit.
Yeah, you better make sure your cookie jar is literally right next to your table and within arm reach, because you don't want to be looking away from the screen anytime. You can imagine how much the players are just staring at the screen, just making sure they can get those kills. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into the next couple of teams here. The first one we're going to be featuring here is Random Team, and they're going to be comprised of LL Yen, Old President, and I got no idea how to pronounce that.
WPAID. We are just going to call him ID.
I think ID probably stands for Indonesia or something, but then again, they are going to be the next team. They're going to be running up in these brackets here, and can we find out who they're going to be up against here soon? Because the thing is that Random Team, we've seen them a few times in the highlights. Due to the name, their highlights also ended up becoming kind of random as well.
Yeah.
But they have been able to pull up plays. They have been able to keep climbing up the ladder. So I have no doubt at all that they are a team that are going to be capable of bringing the fights to whoever comes next.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. We kind of saw their highlights going up against, if I'm not mistaken, Jupiter or Kicks, and they got annihilated at that point, right?
Yeah.
But we have to give them a benefit of a doubt, because Jupiter and Kicks, they're kind of like, the top dogs in this competition. Almost everyone get their butts kicked against them. So, let's see if or not Random Team will be able to tap out the next team that comes up in here in front of the screen for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Because so far in here, although they might be called Random Team, their win as well as the climb up the ladder was not random. It was strategic. It was played to the T. They lost a couple of matches and they needed to grind a little bit more, and grind they did.
Yeah, they grinded it, and now they're here. They are here in the playoffs. They are currently in the third round here, so I think they're doing pretty well so far. The thing is that fighting out through the lower brackets is admittedly going to be a little bit harder, simply because you're starting off you're starting off at a disadvantage. One loss in any matchup, and you're out of the brackets immediately. So literally, it's going to be their last shot, but. The way I want to look at it, especially for a Random Team, is that this is going to be their chance to shine. You're going to be featured live here. We're going to be watching you guys play. So if you guys can pull off something impressive, definitely go down in history.
Everybody's thinking wow, a Random Team also can go up on TV. Yeah, even a Random Team can go up on TV, and so can you guys. Just make sure you sign up for the ESL Mobile Open. Pick a title that you want to jump in on. The ladder will be open. Everybody, all the teams, if you're an individual player, if you pick a title that just requires one player, you start off with 1,000 points. You win matches on the ladder, you get points, and you go up the ladder. You lose matches and you lose points. It's as simple as that. As far as Brawl Stars is concerned, on the ladder you need to have a minimum of 10 games played. So do not make the mistake that some of these teams have made in here. They go in there, they get about 4 or 5 wins in that streak, and they kind of get placed quite high up there on that ladder itself. But it's not enough to qualify.
Yeah, you have to have a 10-game minimum, and the thing is that some teams would just get a 4-game win streak and be like, I think I'm doing pretty good. But 4 games is not enough to get in playoffs. You need to do at least 10. So grind a little bit more. Don't worry about the losses, because again, BBB made it even though they won a 9 loss streak. So the thing is that it's not about how many games you win; it's how many games you participate in, and participation is going to be key for you to be able to make make it to the playoffs.
And quite honestly, even if you don't really do well whilst you're trying in there, the more you try, the better you will get, because you are not being, paired up against random teams in here. You are being paired up against other teams who want to go in for the playoffs, for the ladders as well. So, that's going to be a highlight for you, because like, Victor and I discussed just moments ago, if you want to be a champion, you go in and you compete. But if you want to be the best of the best out there, you've got to compete against the best.
Indeed, and it's only by competing against the best that you really get a sense of where you are, at least in terms of your level and your ability to fight. So the thing is that if you don't really put yourself through these kind of trials and tribulations, you'll never know, how far you can go. So I think, especially for the 8 teams in this playoff here, it's going to be an excellent opportunity for them to show us what they got. So now we're going to be going into our game here. This is going to be a heist map. So the objective here is to take out that save and get those gems. So Illness already in a good position here. Oh, this could be dangerous here because Lilian is very far forward. Illness gets picked off. Just nice there by Old President. And that's really lucky because it didn't manage to do too much damage. But Wonka now follows it up with his super. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, and this is what we're talking about. The movements will allow you to just dominate the match. Wonka jumps right in. Old President is not going to get taken out, but look at the damage being done to that safe there.
Yo, that Brock survived by the skin of his teeth, and he's still alive, and he's still kicking, and he's still shooting. He's trying to take down Old President. Gets himself in a nice flank here. All he needs to do is get a couple shots, but no, Lilian able to come in there, gets the kill onto the Brock, tries to get one to the Illness, gets him as well, but unfortunately the damage had been done. The save was very, very low. One hit was enough to burst it out, and all those gems fall on the floor to signify the loss.
What a play for Triple B to take after they've tanked an L in here in the series so far. I mean, we went in there with Team Random, and we have made a fair assessment on Team Random so far from all of the highlights. And unfortunately for them, they maintained their current performance. They did not go in aggressive against Triple B. And Wonka, of all people, we saw exactly how, wonky he was in the first series. But this time around, he jumps in there to perfection, gets the damage done onto the safe, and it was the maneuver avoiding those missiles that were flying towards him that, managed to allow him that extra time to continue doing the damage on the safe.
I mean, the positioning was just, I mean, so well done there for that Brock. I mean, you saw the way that he just jumps his way into the brush, comes into the right position, managed to pick up the kills, most crucially in front of the safe. So that way, and especially him putting it on the super, just constantly putting pressure and just constantly doing the damage, that was enough to allow them to take the win there. So well done there to BBB. Can they follow it up again here? So that still remains to be seen. We still got another set to go here, and anything can happen.
Well, let's jump into game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because this one is gonna be yet another heist. Are we going to be able to see Triple B take this as well, or is Random Team going to be able to fight this back? Old President makes his way right up top. Leanne flanking in as well. Jumps right into the fray, and it's a beautiful takedown on Jill. And this time, the damage will be done onto the safe.
It's a
Random Team.
It's a race right now.
Oh, it's a race indeed. And Triple B, they are losing that HP. 20% down now, and 26% on the other hand. How are they turning this around? Random Team, they're losing out on their safe here, Victor.
Oh my goodness, 3%, 2%, one last shot there by Jill on the 8-bit. That seals the deal there, BBP. Wow. My goodness, it looked almost as if they're just going to try to trade the safe as quickly as they can, because one team was far forward in the opponent's base and the other team was in the other base. So they were literally trying to trade each other, and it came down to how much DPS can put out. And unfortunately for Random Team though, they weren't doing enough damage output. Some of the heroes, some of the ballers got picked off, so they weren't able to close it out. They immediately once they spawned, they were already in a very tight spot there. I don't know if there's anything they could have done in that situation though.
They could have just continued shooting the safe. They turned around, they stopped shooting the safe.
But they got killed. They got killed when they were trying to go for the safe. So Yeah, I think at that point there, they had the right idea, just rush aggressively. The assassin jump there was insane because that was perfect. They got so quickly up onto the save, were able to put in the damage, but the output was not enough, not quick enough, especially when you consider that Brock, when he has his super, that does a lot of area damage that's enough to annihilate the save completely. So well done to BBB though. I mean, looks like they got to the second win, and their second set here, and they could be able to carry this momentum forward into the next one.
No doubt at all. If this is the way Triple B wants to play, this random team stands no chance against them. Quite similar to how Triple B kind of stood no chance to Byro, and we may be able to call the story out as it is towards the end of the playoffs here for the ladders, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because these teams are clearly showing us a divide as well as a clear gap in their abilities to take control of these maps so far. Then again, it's not like we are running through all of those map modes as well as maps with them.
Yeah, so the next one, I'm not too sure what's going to be up on the menu here for them. Hopefully it's going to be something good, because I think this could be the last shot here for a random team. If they have already been taken down with this first round here, the next one is going to be absolutely crucial. They cannot afford to drop any sets here from here on out. Otherwise, they're going to be eliminated from the lower brackets, and they're going to be out of the playoffs, and they're going to have to go through the ladder all over again. So, in a sense, it's going to be back to square one.
Yeah, I want to see Hot Zone jump in here for these two teams. I feel like, Team Random, they deserve the opportunity for Triple B to just stay off their backs a little bit, because when we drop into Hot Zone, it's going to be two different zones for them to, take care of. And all they need to focus on is either being on the defensive, looking at how Triple B is going to be taking this, right? Because you can just tank a couple of hits and then go in for the offensive just at the very last moment, or you can start off aggressive, which is what Triple B is most probably going to be doing, trying to pick off both of those zones just for a heavier and faster tick on the percentage.
Yeah, they also got to watch out for the compositions though. I did look at the bans a little bit, so interestingly enough, Random Team decided to ban out the Sprout, which I suspect is more about the forcing them to try to pick something a little bit more assassin-oriented comp. But the thing is, BB has been playing the assassin well, so I don't think that ban has worked out for them. Let's see if they're going to be able to change things up if it goes to the hot zone, because while assassins will still be strong in hot zone, it's not quite the thing that ultimately wins them the game. It's still going to be the area denial that plays a big factor. And given that Barley is still in the mix, given that Poco is still also available to pick here, I think there still could be a good chance here for a random team to try to make a comeback.
Yeah, and we've also seen exactly how some of the highlights from the previous matches, and how the teams and players have been able to affect zone number 2 from zone number 1 just with those ranged attacks, to be able to hold on to the points and to clear off your opponents from zone number 2 to allow your own team members to drop in there to pick those points up. Oh, it's going to be map 3 straight up, and this is just one hot zone for them to go in and contest, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, which means it's going to be spicy as Jill takes down Old President. Wonka's going to be really low there, but at the very moment it is Team Red that picks up 14% of that hot zone.
Interesting that they went for the Colette pick here on the random team side, but that's going to be a big one there. Jill getting a kill on the Colette, so they still will have control over the hot zone, and pretty much, given there's only one zone to fight for here, area denial is going to be absolutely crucial. So the Tick is doing his job, staying on the back line, picking up farming up his super by sending out the mines, and then just unleashing hell upon random team whenever they try to get close. So BBB is doing well so far. They've already capped it almost halfway now, and random team barely even able to get dents in edgewise here because they're just facing so much damage coming out, not just from the Penny, but also from the Tick.
No, there's just no communication going through at all for random team. They're randomly just bursting in there, not communicating with each other. There's no unified action, there's no unified attack. WPA dropping in real quick. Leon, is going to get taken. Oh, beautiful swing of that bat by Wonka, kicking everyone out of his zone. This zone belongs to us, 91% now, and this is almost done for Triple B to wrap up match number 1.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm still questioning why they went for the Colette pick here, because Colette not exactly the strongest in hot zone. Maybe more of a pick to try to counteract Wonka, but then again, we need to have you need to have something that can do the area denial well. So the tick pick on the BBB side really worked out well for them because when he gets his super, that homing super literally is autonomous. He doesn't have to think about it. It's just literally fire and forget, that kind of situation. So the thing is that as long as they had that area denial there, it really was an uphill climb. And Colette, the best you could do maybe is just force off 1 or 2 champions off of the hot point. But in the end of the day, like, not being able to keep your presence in the hot zone is going to kill your game completely. And you can see they weren't even able to get much of a dent onto that hot zone.
Yeah, you bring a player, like Wonka in there with his bat, and he should be able to just hit you out of the zone, not even needing to kill you. You lose precious moments, precious seconds off of that hot zone, and you're literally losing points, allowing your oppositions to pick it up. And this was a beautiful game picked up by Triple B, but I think it's mostly the reason because the challenge just wasn't coming in there from that random team.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm really worried for random team right now because if they can't really find the right composition to work out in this game mode here, this could be the end of them. This could be the last round they'll be able to play right now in the playoffs. So they're going to have to think very long and hard about how they want to play this next round here because if they don't buck up, that's it. End of the road for you. Straight home.
Let's take a quick look and see how this game 2 fare. As they open things up beautifully, Wonka gets taken down, Old President the same. Jill goes in for Leanne, which opens the map up for Triple B to pick those points up real quick. Old President jumps right back into the fray, but it's a 2-on-1 situation. President with the takedown, and it looks like Team Random will be able to jug up those points. What is Leanne doing out of the zone? Not even going in for those points to pick up. Jill right now with the opportunity will not waste those moments for themselves at all.
Yeah, basically just waiting for Old President to come in because they're really relying on the Frankenstein now to tank most of the damage here. And the Tick, again, picked up on both sides here. They're just basically going to be trading up against each other. It's going to be quite important for me to set up the area denial, and ID is still able to do quite well here, especially with the super from Frankenstein already taking down one wall, the second wall getting taken down as well. So there's pretty much no cover here for BBB to work with. And so they are running on a slight disadvantage here as Random Team now already reaching 60% of the cap under the hot zone. They're looking like they're making this set actually work out well, but no, as I say that, our president gets taken down and it's going to be hail to the king, baby.
Oh, Wonka, beautiful takedown on him, and it's going to be WPA going up against Illness, but it's a 2-on-1 situation, and then Jill needs to step right in, and all of a sudden Triple B looks like they are just not on the ball. Beautiful bomb comes through. President is going to be low, Leanne as well, but not capitalized by any of the players from Triple B, and it looks like we are going to be pushed to a match number 3 in here.
Yeah, it looks very likely because Random Team only a little bit left. Oh, but the Tick gets taken down at the last minute. It's still just 1% off. Come on now, President. You can do it. You can make it. Yes, he does. He gets into the hot zone and confirms it here from Random Team. So the first set goes to them, and it could be another chance here. For BBB?
Nah, we're sorry. We are sorry, okay? Sometimes our production team, the person that is in charge of that, he doesn't sleep. He works 24/7, literally 24/7. Runs on coffee. I kid you not.
Yeah, you can see the coffee storage there in their pantry. It's quite
I
impressive.
steal some coffees too at times. I'm just glad they run on very little sleep because they keep stocking up good coffee in here in the office, and therefore Victor and I, we help ourselves to some sometimes.
Yeah, occasionally. But yeah, then again, well done there. So that was adaptation I really wanted to see, changing up the composition, finding what works for the game mode, and that actually worked out well. So good choice for them to switch off to the Tick because the Tick is still one of the strongest heroes to use in any sort of like area denial situation.
Yeah.
The mines, the fact that the mines are able to deny such a huge area is crucial here for the Tick, but the super of the Tick, being a homing missile that literally tracks your enemies and gives the knockback effect as well, delays them in order to be able to get back onto the hot zone in time. So that still worked out well. The Frankenstein is pretty much, I think, the only tanker that has over 9,000 health points.
Correct.
So normally you want him in the front line, but you still need your backliners to be able to follow up damage the moment that Frankenstein gets engaged on. And I think that was something they kind of lost out a little bit at the initial point, but once Frankenstein was able to clear out the walls, that was pretty much all they needed, because without any cover at all, BBB really didn't have any place for Penny, especially to put her turret in, and the moment she lays it down, it just gets focused upon because it's just out in the open. There's no brush, there's no wall, nothing at all keeping that turret covered.
Yeah, this time around, it was a very, very impressive take by Random Team in here to push Triple B behind. Are we going to be able to see them come back even stronger in the next match? Well, they have to. They don't really have a choice in here now, do they?
Yeah. I mean, there's one more game, so I mean, let's see whether or not they'll be able to pull it off. Still going to be a really tall order, though, like, at least in terms of like if they do change up to a completely different game mode, who knows how it's going to turn out? You know,
Yeah.
I think for for Random Team, I think. I really want to see how they're going to be able to perform in something a little bit more standard, like maybe a bounty or a gem grab, because I think mechanically they seem to have at least some idea, or at least show some potential about how they can play out these heroes, especially the assassins. But now again, still going to be another hot zone, and our Resident gets picked off right off the bat here. This could be terrible here if they're not able to get the pickoffs here. And Lien, next one on the list here, now leaving only the tick of ID here to try to stay alive. But Wonka now, look at him, he's just flanking, he's getting very aggressive, tries to go for the backline here, goes for the sweep, but no, gets taken down here. But the tick super is still alive. Illness down to 11. One last shot there, doesn't quite land, but the last shot there from the tick does seal the deal. So now, Random Team now have control of the hot zone. They're up 27%. They are trying their best to keep Wonka off of the tail. Wonka gets popped immediately the moment he touches the hot zone. Now, Illness tries his best to stay around the corner here. They want to try and find another pick off. Lilian could be the next one on the target here. Ooh, takes a bit of damage there from the mine for the tick. Wonka sees the opportunity, rushes forward, gets the kill into Lilian. Down goes Lilian.
Oh, just why the tick is so dangerous. And right now, Jill can respond with a bomb of his own. And that bomb comes right through. Is it going to explode? Beautiful positioning given off to Team Triple B, but it will be the Random Team that just snatches it right back with their percentage hitting 70% right now. Wonka with the ability to bring on all of the pressure, and he will soak all of the damage as the attention gets turned onto him. Old President really low, and Illness will shut him down. Just what an Old President needs. Illness to take him down, isn't it? It's going to be Jill with those points on those pickup, but Random Team taking on that 88% right now. Looks so close to finishing this off.
They need to have foots on the ground, but no, with the last pick up in the tick there's no one to try to counteract this take here. It's Random Team. They pick up yet another hot zone here. They still end this game. They're going to be pushing this to a game 3. Well done.
Oh, absolutely well done. They push the hot zone into a match 3, and they're going to push the series into game number 3 as well. And for the first time in here, we are going to be able to see two teams play an absolutely new mode within their series itself.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I was a little bit worried for a Random Team there because it looked like at some point BBB was starting to make it. It was neck to neck in terms of the capture. You know, it was all about the area denial. And the thing is that Wonka made a really smart move, or rather, at first I thought it was really foolish because it seemed like he was just flanking without actually giving any priority to the hot zone. But really, what he was looking for was for the turret, because Lilian set up a turret right behind the wall there, and her turret particularly was going to be able to lob like explosive from across the map. So that made it very difficult actually for a Random Team to actually stay on a hot zone, because if they stay on there too long, the cannon's going to be hitting them pretty soon. So Wonka swept around there. His priority number 1 was, of course, to find flanking kills, you know, doing the ganks, rather the backstab, I should say. But his second priority was actually finding that cannon, because that actually prevented their own Frankenstein from being able to stay on the hot zone. So once he found that, once he took that out, that was pretty much it. They were trying their best here to try to get onto the hot zone, but by that point, Random Team already had enough capture on the hot zone and pretty much won that by default.
Yeah, it was a perfect play, bringing the Frankenstein in there to absorb a lot of their damage. Quite a crazy play from Random Team that I personally was not expecting, because, you know, it looked like the opponents were the slightly bigger aggressors in here. But if Random Team can continue to keep this up in in match number 3 as well, and that's going to be the 3rd set in here for our series, they might just be able to pull a crazy upset in here, Victor.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what game mode exactly they're going to be playing here. So what they had so far, they already played Hot Zone.
Correct.
And then the previous one was
Brawl Ball, wasn't it? Oh, no, it wasn't Siege, it was
Heist.
Heist, yes, correct.
So now that leaves 3 other options on the table. It's either going to be another Brawl Ball, it could be a Siege, or it could be Bounty. And I think if it does go to a Bounty one, then that will be the biggest toss-up, because now the focus isn't going to be objective anymore. It's going to be about kills. And I think that both of these teams have shown, at least Random Team shows that they should be capable of holding their own in that kind of situation, but really it comes down to composition now. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be Brawl Ball here, and Old President tries to go in front, again still using the Frankenstein, and Frankenstein still does work in this here as long as the Poco can keep him alive.
Oh,
But look at that.
Wonka!
Oh, Wonka, the Daryl just getting into the back line, gets the kill on the tank. Now Old President is going to be able to come in here. Lilian picks up the trade here, but still they're going to be forced back here. They do have possession of the ball. They try to kick it forward here. Illness and Jill now trying to find a good position here to try to hold them back, but Old President jumps up ahead. Poco's still able to bring the heals here as he now tries to hold his own against Wonka. Wonka very low, might get taken off, but Daryl is able to dive to the side very quickly there as Illness and Jill were able to get the pickoffs onto Random Team.
Illness needs to be a little careful here, but the ball is now no longer in their hands. Wonka needs to back away. Old President gives the ball a real quick kick, and the ball is now in the vicinity of Triple B, but Old President picks it right back up, and the opportunity walks right in towards the goalpost, and he gets the goal.
He saw the gap, he went straight for it. He knew that all he needed to do was bring that ball to the goal, and he was able to score the first one. Now they need to do it again. Unfortunately, Old President gets assassinated right on the pitch here as Jill picks up the ball for himself. Illness now tries to go for the gang, but Lilian still able to hold his own as a Poco because the healing coming from him is just too strong.
Oh, beautiful pass up the top by Jill, just buying a little bit more time for his side. And here comes Wonka as well as Illness back in here for Triple
Wonka!
B.
Wonka's open! He's got the ball! He's headed straight for the goal and it's delaying him!
Distraction gameplay comes through, and Triple B gets one goal right back.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Old President kicks the ball away from the goal as far as possible, so they want to do that. No, Illness gets open again. This time around, the Poco is able to keep him healed up. He's able to bring it up around the flank. Able to put out his super, puts an end there to Illness, but the push is still ongoing. But look at that Poco with a double kill there. The super lands just in time. Now it's going to be on the straight. Illness, the goalkeeper. No! What the heck? What the heck was that?
Oh, that was an upset of the century, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. An upset of the century. Triple B. Leanne just came through for the team. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, right? One quick dive and a save, but then, you fall away, and then they got the rebound.
I mean, wow. The thing is that you had to watch out for those guys who are open. When you're having that tunnel vision of just watching your enemy brawlers and you don't realize that there's another brawler right around the flank, just around the corner there, pass the ball him, he's completely open. That's literally a clear road to the goal post, and he's going to go straight for it. My goodness, that was certainly a hair-raising round there, but I couldn't believe that they still pulled it off at the last second there. I mean, the Illness still was able to block the first shot, but the second one just rolled straight in, and the spawn came in a little bit too late, and unfortunately they weren't able to block it at the last moment. So, wow.
Beautiful game, and that's just 1 point picked up now for Triple B. Are we going to be able to see them? Sorry, for Random Team. Are we going to be able to see them beat Triple B in here as Illness gets taken down early? Wonka still trying to stand up tall. Leanne as well as WPA putting that pressure on. Wonka backs away, takes the ball into his own vicinity here. Ooh. But that's going to be a bad idea. Wonka recovers beautifully and passes the ball up front. Leanne as well as WPA going to be walking in right on towards the ball right now. Old Presence really low. They can't go in here for a quick stab on him. Oh, come on. You've got to be kidding me. Old President could have been shot out of there a long time ago.
Yeah, his health was so low. I was surprised he was able to stay alive that long, but that's Frankenstein for you. He has so much insane sustain just because of the amount of health points he has. Didn't help him this time, though, because Wonka does pick up the kill. Now the ball is going to be pushed away towards the right-hand side as ID and Lillian now backing off, waiting for Frankenstein to respawn. Old President rejoins the fray, picks up the ball. Now ID kicks it away here, and looks like they're back into the fights.
WPA with the slow approach. Now the ball is in the bushes. Neither one of them in there just yet. Tick should be able to drop a quick bomb in here, but Illness drops right through with that gas, and he will bring that ball up front. Passes it on to Jill, but WPA is there for the denial. A beautiful tackle comes through, but Wonka, the top man, the striker for the side of Team Triple B, will dive right in, but Wonka, can he get WPA? He does not, but gets the kick, and it does not get the goal.
Dude, if the Daryl was still alive when the ball was passed by the goal, that would have been critical there, because BBB could have scored a goal there. But now they are able to stabilize somewhat. Still 43 seconds on the clock. Illness very low. Poco brings it heel in, but no, the bomb in the last minute by the Tick picks off Illness anyway. Now Lillian now trying to go for the gang onto Jill. Does quite a bit of damage, but he's down 300. Still alive though as Wonka now dives in his Daryl. Picks up one. Picks up two. Oh, he goes for the score!
What a goal! With 21 seconds on the board, Wonka gets it for the team. And right now, this is all down to the wire. 16 seconds more. Leanne goes in for the push, but the defense comes right back through. President taken out. And this is the opportunity for Triple B, but they lose Illness as well. Wonka, is he going to be able to get it done? 3 more seconds on the board, and this will be a tie. Overtime, putting on 1 more minute onto the board, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 55 seconds now left. What are they going to be able to do? President's really low and gets snuffed out by Jill. And all of a sudden, Triple B look really, really dangerous. There's nothing on the field to block them out right now. And it's an all-out brawl as Wonka scores the final goal for Triple B.
Yo, like, okay, I to be entirely honest, like, my hopes for BBB weren't that great after the initial fight in the upper brackets. But looking at the way they just clutched out this series, are you kidding me? How were they not able to make it to the upper brackets? This is going to continue to puzzle me as this tournament runs on.
And that's the beauty of the ESL Mobile Open itself, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. These are not pro teams that you can, study over a long time, and for us to break down exactly, what sort of strats they have up their sleeves. We don't really know Triple B, and we didn't, have the confidence in them to pull that off, because Random Team and the type of response and the comeback gameplay looked really, really good. But they managed to pull it off. At the very end, they persevered, Victor.
Oh, perseverance is what wins them the games, and the fact that BBB persevered from the ladders despite having such a big loss streak, and the fact they were still able to pull off a clutch like that, I mean, wow. Hats off to them. I mean, they've really made their mark here today, and certainly they've just gained a new fan.
And Triple B, here's the thing, right? They needed to do 2 things. Number 1, protect Wonka. Number 2, delete President. That guy was such a pain. He was so old, but he just refused to die.
I know, right?
And they went in there again and again and again, and President just did not have much of an opportunity in that final round in there. And that was one of the biggest reasons why they got the W.
Yeah, and that as well as like the clearing the obstacles. Like the one problem that the Random Team had was that their goalposts initially had 2 obstacles in front. One of it got blasted away, and then the second one was lost after that. So immediately they had to literally put their bodies in front of the goal there just to keep it covered, and that just made them an open target. It's basically like for the other team, it was just for BBB, it was basically like shooting fish in a barrel, because all they need to do is just bring the damage in and hopefully take them down. But the fact that it went into overtime means that all bets were off. So here we go. Another set here. They have 1 set each. This last round here is going to probably calamity it all. BBB now trying the best here. Lillian sending the ball in drum, but Wonka still present, but no, he gets picked off there. Poco does get a heal every time. What a save! What a save there for Lillian. He's able to get a pass onto ID now. ID now trying to find a way through. Unfortunately, taking a lot of damage. He tries to go in front. They get a push back here, and ID scores to get the first goal in. Oh boy, this is going to be good, because Random Team now suddenly back from the brink here, but unfortunately they're losing their men way too much. Lillian, last one standing, is able to get a super, stays alive, but now has a defense. He literally rolls it straight into the goal.
What a walk-through goal in there for Wonka, and this time allowing President to step forth, almost deleting him, and this is the pressure that we're talking about. Triple B able to do it once again. Wonka just zips through, and with the opportunity for the kick right now, and Wonka gets the second goal as well, and this is game freaking over.
BBB, like, wow. I just want to see them make it to the lower bracket finals. I don't care. Like, they have literally just won my heart with that play there. My goodness, just clinching it at the last possible second here. It couldn't have gone any better, and we got an exciting game. All because of that.
We've got an exciting game from the get-go in here at the lower bracket. This is not even the grand finals just yet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now do you understand why we were encouraging you to pick Brawl Stars up? It's a game that you can pick up today, download it, and start winning games already, and bring all of that skill into an esports competition like this. Bag some awesome money, bag some awesome names, being shout out live out here on the streams as well. Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, you name it, your names will be all over the place.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I'm literally out of breath there because of how insane those plays were. But that's the thing, control chaos here. Like, the thing is that I think towards that last game there, things looked a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah.
But frankly, like, Wonka knew that immediately. All it took was his aggression. Like, Daryl being able to, not only his super being able to dive into the back line, but also just walking that ball straight into the goalpost there without a care in the world, soaking up all that damage and still able to nail it in the end. That was just fantastic.
This is a theory that's way out there, but it cannot be. It cannot be.
What?
Did they purposely lose to drop into the lower brackets so that it's going to be slightly easier for them? Because, you see, there's just one observation that I'm making here. Wonka was broken in series number 1 that they stepped into because Byro tapped out them to no end, and Wonka was functionless in that game. He's the MVP as we step into these other matches. He's performing. He's one of the main reasons why we can see Triple B still in the competition.
That's a really interesting theory, I have to say. I'm not too sure, given that the track record with BBB in the ladders wasn't that good.
Yeah.
Particularly, I mean, they barely even lost out on the top 10, actually, to be fair. So, interesting theory, something to keep in mind maybe for later.
Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be keeping tabs on them because we will complete all of the playoffs in here till we find the 2 top teams. Victor and I will be right back.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Victor, bringing you all of the hottest action from Brawl Stars.
I mean, after all the action we saw early on before the break, I mean, it can only get crazier from here on out. Trust me, because when things are on the line, when elimination is an actual possibility, you're going to see these teams play all out, man. Like, no joke.
I mean, they've been brawling all the way from the start, and one team that has definitely managed to steal my heart, and I'm very sure yours as well, Triple B, man.
Yeah, like, what a comeback, innit? Like, I had no expectations for them, but they still over-delivered anyway.
Yeah, I know, right? And it's not that they were taking those matches really easily in the lower bracket. They really had to fight for their spots, and that's exactly what they did. Let's take a quick look at the brackets and see exactly what has been going on here. It is the Black Stallion. My apologies. I thought we were going to see the standings, but instead we've got the lineup for the next matchup, because we've got the Black Stallions going up against Last Wolf.
Yeah, so Black Stallion, I believe you and Contra covered them during the highlights, during the recap show. So I'm going to do this kind of blind. I have no idea what to expect from them, but if their names are anything to go by, the TM on IB Brawl is just like that's a sweet treat there. So yeah, he's trademarked that. You cannot use that name, unfortunately. Yeah, you can't use that as an IGN in any other game. Only here.
Legally, we're not so sure, but then in the game, Call Breezy in there. So let's take a quick look at the Last Wolf lineup as well, just for a refresher, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because we've got a Rekka, MK, oh yeah, as well as our Big Wall in here, and their substitute Farhan.
Yeah, so, I mean, they have really played their hearts out in the last one against Byro, but unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them, so it looks like Last Wolf will have to fight it out here in the lower brackets, but knowing what they are capable of, I'm pretty sure that they will still bring a decent fight here to Black Stallions, so I can't wait to see, because Ariguel, he's one of the guys I really love to watch out for, because throughout the highlights, looking at the way he plays assassins, he loves to be that super aggressive guy who just gets up either in the front line or just finds a way to backstab. So yeah, Last Wolf, let's see what he can do.
Yes, second opportunity in here for Last Wolf. The first one, they took it up against Byro. Unfortunately, they got knocked out, Konged out 2-0, right? That was a clean match from the side of Byro. Will Last Wolf be able to fight the Black Stallions, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, out there in the open world? Wolves against Stallions? I actually don't know. I don't think the Wolves will be able to, you know, get that Stallion really easily. One back hoof and that Wolf gets knocked right out. But the strength is in the pack. And the strength of the pack is in the Wolves themselves. So will we be able to see them take on the Black Stallions and get a W?
Which one would you rather fight? Like a stallion-sized wolf or several wolf-sized stallions?
Couldn't you just keep it simple? Would you rather fight a stallion or a wolf? And then you realize, who fights stallions? I know where you are going with that. See, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am not an idiot. I will not fight wolves. But the last wolves, on the other hand, looking at the fact that Byro has managed to take them 2-0 in a game of Brawl Stars, I wouldn't mind going up against the last wolves. Then again, just like what Triple B has shown in his, in here thus far, they can turn things around for themselves.
Yeah, not just them. I mean, any team here, even in lower brackets, will still have a chance to turn things around because, given how fast-paced the game of Brawl Stars is, all it takes is just one slip-up, and the ability for your team to capitalize on that mistake just is enough for them to be able to win rounds. So BBB, they fought to the bitter end. I mean, I cannot stress this enough because elimination was literally on the line there. It could have been the last game for either BBB or random team, but somehow that last map pick really favored BBB so well because they knew how to play draw ball well, and they just took real advantage of the chaos, especially in the middle of that set. I mean, you could see, I think the cameras weren't on us at the time, but literally both of us jumped out of our seats the moment they scored the goal because it was like, it's so unexpected. It's so chaotic.
It truly was chaotic, and what a way for them to take it back. It was definitely a dream run for Triple B. Whether or not it'll be a dream run for them all the way to the qualifiers, we will have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Because you see, this is the thing, right? Triple B, they started off at the bottom of the board, not really very flashy with their numbers, we can say, right, Victor?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that at the end of the day, it came down to like how well they can play their brawlers and even the bans as well. Like, I mean, mostly we see the Stu always getting banned out, but I think one thing that surprised me is that Barley was basically left not only unbanned but unpicked as well. I'm not sure whether it's down to like maybe the personal preferences of the team, maybe they don't really feel confident enough to run a composition that's based around the Barley, but the fact is that in this current patch, Barley is pretty much S tier, like across all different maps. Simply because not only the amount of like area denial he can do, especially when he gets his super, but the damage output, especially when paired with like a really effective assassin or a really strong tank, like the amount of damage output, your potential, your composition can do, especially when you got a Barley in the mix, is really, really high. And I'm really surprised that we haven't really seen any games where they actually actively picked the Barley and built the comp around it.
Yeah, so let's keep an eye out for that as well, because you see, I was expecting the Barley to be used as well, but then again, the way the teams were taking these matchups, they didn't really seem to need the assist from Barley. So as we drop into the other matches, maybe we just might be able to spot Barley around in that map as we maybe, jump on to those matches that have Jupiter as well as Kicks in. They will definitely exploit the crap out of the meta. The match is about to start though, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, again, bringing up Jupiter and Kicks again, I really wish that we're going to be able to see them fight one day because it's going to be really epic, especially given how strong those two are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll probably end up in a best out of 5, which is the best for us because there's just more to shout and scream about.
Yeah, I think there'll be more matches even because you can imagine how fast like some of these matches have been for Jupiter and Kicks as well. You know, fighting against all the other teams in the ladders, it was very clear there's a night and day difference in the skill level between those two particular teams and everyone else. So literally that's the reason why they've qualified immediately to challengers because they've shown that they have the absolute top level of skill and dominance to be able to just win endlessly. Like, didn't even drop a single round at all. I mean, it just goes to show that they are probably one of the best. Like, no question about that.
Yeah, no questions at all. But of course, just like Triple B managed to turn things around against random team, just like Triple B has managed to survive in here, a lot of these teams as well can show us that, regardless of what the numbers are on the leaderboard, regardless of what the numbers are on that ladder, they still can turn things around in here for themselves. And the next game mode that we are about to explore is going to be Heist, where both teams need to make that approach for the safe, but at the same time, protect their own, Victor.
Yeah, and that was what kind of did in, I think, by Last Wolf in their round against Byro, is that they tried to rush the opponent's safe, but then allowed Byro the opportunity to just take out their own safe.
Yeah.
So in those kind of situations, it's really down to whether or not your composition has enough DPS, or rather the number of brawlers still alive there are still able to bring out the DPS. In their particular instance, it wasn't enough. So I think in the next one here, I mean, the normal situation is that the fighting is always concentrated in the middle, and then you got either like a Penny or you got a Daryl, and you're just trying to do like poke damage to the safe. Just bring it down as low as possible, and then try to take it out with one fell swoop.
Well, let's see exactly what they can bring in here now. Hyperion takes down our Big Well so easily, and the damage onto the safe will start off, but our Big Well comes right back through, taking Hyperion out, and he gets it done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But the damage has been done, down to 35,000 HP now, that safe on that 76%. How will they respond? Black Stallions will keep a great HP on their own safe by tanking some of these blows that are coming towards them.
Yeah, so Kawamashi is trying his best here to use the cover to his advantage here. Tries to get a heal up. Unfortunately, takes a little bit too much damage. Maybe he should have waited a little bit longer before trying to go for the gang. But no matter, there was some space created for Hyperion. You can see he's actually going up very far forward. If Last Will doesn't react to this fast, he could be doing damage to the save. Indeed, the save is already going down on the side of Black Stallion, and it seems like Hyperion is still continuing to damage them. So now it's going to be a little bit of a race here, but unfortunately, gets picked off there by Kaonashi. So now they're going to have to fall back. It looks like Hyperion finally has been taken down here, but he has done a lot of damage to the Black Stallion. They're down to 30% on their base.
Oh, unfortunately, Last Wolf, they had quite a great run there. Now let's see what will they be able to do. They bring out Brawl, they eliminate him. Black Stallions 27% now on the HP of their safe. So far so good. Last Wolf been able to last in this game long enough. Our Big Will almost taken down with that bomb there, but manages to back away from this equation. Now they don't need to do anything, they just need to run the clock down. Can Last Wolf survive and tank all of these hits? Oh no! The pressure coming through once again! A beautiful push in here by and our Big Wall just brings in the last couple of much of damage, and that beautiful taken in by Last Wolf.
I like how you were saying that all they needed to do was just hold back and let the timer run out, and RBGO is just like YOLO, run straight to the save, and did it twice.
No, we're not gonna wait. We're not gonna play that game at all. And good on them, right? Because we've seen some of the teams go in here and take a defensive stance, and they pay really heavily for it. The aggression that comes in from the other team. So I think they've played a very balanced matchup there in terms of aggression as well as the defense. And when they saw the opportunity to drop in for that swipe, and that's exactly what they did. They could have played, the safer game and dragged it out, but they just didn't take that risk.
I mean, we just saw the opportunity, I guess. And being the Colette as well, that's pretty much what you do as when you're playing Colette in the heist setup, because Colette can just jump in and out and do damage in both instances. And if she does damage onto enemy brawlers, that charges up is super as well. So that's why you can see a lot of players tend to favor using the Colette to do these kind of poke damage onto the safe, just constantly keeping that pressure going, but at the same time keeping yourself at a safe distance, allowing yourself a bit of space in order to run away if needed. And the thing is that RBGO played that really well because he saw the opportunity. He knew that all he needed to do was just get a couple of dives in there, and that was done. And that was how they won that first set.
Now, the Colette is not as tanky as some of these other champions, so they might want to see a opportunity to shut it down very early on in the next match, because there's no doubt at all that Colette is going to continuously be the weapon of choice as far as Last Wolf is concerned. Let's take a quick look at round number 2 in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
That is not what I expect. That's actually... Yeah, that was a practice room, actually. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, wait a minute. Is this a new mode? No, we can.
Well.
Yeah, we'll wait for them to get the match actually set up.
We already told you, the guy who's behind this, he didn't have his coffee just yet, all right? 7 days. 7 days and night. He's on a record now, because the last guy, he stayed awake for 6 days running production. So, this guy is trying to break his record, and he has already done it. But, he needs to watch out, because he's losing out on some brownie points here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the thing is that, especially for players like Abigail, playing Assassin main means that you pretty much have to keep your mechanics top notch. So you have to constantly practice. You have to practice your combos, and then you have to ensure your reactions are just on time. So no surprise that players will often use a practice room in order to refine and optimize kind of the combos, and as well as to test out maybe some new ideas or new theories and stuff like that. So we'll just be patient. We'll just wait and see when the next match comes up. When it does come up, though, it's going to be quite a fight, I think, because it looks like they might be really close, especially given that they're going to be back on the same map again. So here we go.
Okay, let's go. Let's see exactly what... Oh, yeah!
Oh,
just penetrates
oh.
the back lines, but the defense just drops right back through. Eyebrow really low right now. Hyperion as well as Anashi just getting those shots put on. And a beautiful backstab comes in from, oh yeah, just deleting Eyebrow from the equation. It's now a 3-on-2 situation. Konashi making the dangerous approach as Rekka MK just drowns all of the damage into him.
All right, Rebecca Emeka unfortunately getting slowed down, but he does get the kill on the Kaomashi though, so that didn't work out well. Now, oh yeah, is up in front, continuing to hammer in on that save as the rest of his team brings in the damage as well, waiting for the rest of Black Stallion to respawn. 62% now, that save. It's not looking too healthy. Oh yeah, still alive with 20 HP. How is he still able to do this? Now, he is still in front there. I'm not too sure. I think probably pulling back now. Yeah, he is pulled back, but he's still alive. He hasn't even died yet at all in this round so far.
Oh yeah, boy. Eyebrow now taken down by oh yeah yet again. And the match is over. All in the hands of oh yeah.
Lovely name. I love it. And look at that. I mean, that's the thing. You have to be aware. You have to be watching out for your save, seeing who's getting closer there. But the thing is that oh yeah, like he was really aggressive.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done that in his kind of shoes, but I guess he was confident enough to like just straight up get up in front of that safe there and try to get the hits in as much as he can. And the thing is that he kept doing it again and again and again and didn't die.
That's a brawler right there, and he didn't die when he was doing it again and again and again. He just didn't die, all right? He just stayed alive. He bullet Eyebrow. There was no way Eyebrow could have taken those hits up against him. And you know, he was going in melee all the way. He didn't even need those range shots to help him get the save. And just absolute unwavering bravery he brings forth. And maybe that's what it takes to get all of these Ws.
Yeah, indeed. And granted them, it's worked for them for this first round, so that's already 1 round point towards them. So hopefully we'll be able to bring some more, but this time it's going to be a completely different game mode. I'm not too sure what it's going to be yet. Hopefully they will be able to still follow up that performance because it looks like Last Wolf might be on a roll.
Yeah, they most definitely are, and maybe the roll is the blessing that Byro has sent in, right? Byro touched Triple B, and they win. Byro has touched Last Wolf. Maybe they'll get the win too. Maybe. I don't know if that even makes any sense. Maybe. We'll see them take on Byro later on and then probably get crushed as well. I mean, Black Stallion going up against Last Wolf so far, the matchup has not been, super duper crazy. They have been taking it quite slow. I expected more out of Eyebrow. He trademarked his own name. We expected him to be, quite the superstar in that matchup. Unfortunately, he just got bullied to the corner.
Yeah, I mean, that was just, like, I think for Last Wolf, the fact that OEA was just constantly flanking them so much there, and the rest of his team was basically keeping the attackers preoccupied. Yeah, they were just keeping them far away there. Their attention was so focused on these two guys, they completely forgot that OEA was able to slip right behind. And the fact is that the map as well pretty much gave them the opportunity to do these kinds of things because the amount of walls, the amount of brushes around made it kind of difficult for you to get a direct hit on them, especially if you don't have like a projectile-based weapon.
And this is where formation really comes into play as well, right? Regardless whether you go in for a brawl ball or you go in for a heist. You see, what we saw Last Wolf do was set up a 2-man defensive team and just a 1-man offensive. And of course, the defense goes in for the push up the line as well. But in terms of, what we saw from the side of Black Stallion, they sent 2 of their players up front to go and take that safe down. Clearly, that wasn't enough because Eyebrow was all alone, and maybe the first time around he went down, he should have called in for that backup. He didn't. He thought that he could really hold on to this line, and I think there was a total of 3 times. 3 times that he got taken down by the exact same player.
Yeah, I mean, again, he was just trying to follow up what the OEA was doing, but not really doing a good enough job at that. So this time it's going to be a hot zone, and looking at the composition here again, he got a tick, doing tick things again, keeping Arbigo on his toes, forcing him to actually fall back behind the brush. Rebecca MK again just sending the flames out. Oh yeah, now jumping in front. That's a lot of damage done to the Kaonashi, so he's already down. Hyperion on the Rosa is trying her best try to stay alive, but unfortunately, sorry, not the Rosa, it's a tick there. Trying his best to stay alive under the shield, but the Last Wolf still able to get a majority of the capture right now in the hot zone. Kaonashi again taken down by, oh yeah, I mean, this man is on a roll, and he's a bit of frowny face. I don't know why. He should be happy with that. 2 kills in a row.
41% now on the hot zone, and Rekka Emka is not even playing objective. Eyebrow almost taken down. One more shot in there. Oh, but
yes,
what a response as he takes out Rekka Emka.
I could see that coming a mile away when I saw Oya go into the back line. And again, frowny face again. Maybe expected a little bit more of a challenge because it doesn't seem like anything is going to be able to take him down. Or maybe this might will because Eyebrow, oh no, I take that back. Eyebrow just got demolished there right on the ground. Hyperion as well. It doesn't even look that close. Oh yeah, finally gets taken down, but the damage, I mean, not going to be enough. 90% now in the capture for Last Wolf. Looks like they pretty much will take it. All they have to do is keep Black Stallion off of that hot zone. Oh yeah, comes in for yet another dash there onto Kaunashi. Can he do it this time? No, he doesn't. This time Eyebrow gets the kill. But again, RB Guel gets himself onto the hot zone enough for them to eke out that win.
And it's the MVP picked up by Oya once again. Why? Because of the sheer amount of damage that he gets. And he doesn't get most of the kills now, does he? He does enough damage so his support can go in for that final hit. And that is about it. Eyebrow once again got bullet to the corner, unfortunately, for the Black Stallions. And this is the first blood drawn once again by the Last Wolf. And it just looks like the fangs are just way better than those, reinforced hooves.
Well, at least we know who won the Battle of the Beasts here. So, unfortunately for Black Stallion, their journey looks like it's coming to a close here, and quite unfortunate because, again, getting eliminated in the lower brackets never the easiest thing. But rest assured, they will still have another chance again. I mean, the thing is that the ladder system is still open. There's still opportunities for the teams like Black Stallion or even the even random team as well to actually try to come back and try to make the playoffs again. They just need to be able to make that climb, and I think that if the team can show that they have the persistence and they do have the progression, in terms of like their ability to fight against stronger teams, then they will still stand a chance to come again into the playoffs and then try to face off again and hopefully get this time the chance to get into the challengers.
Yeah, and we're talking about the ESL Mobile Open. So many ladders that will be open throughout the whole season. If it's not this season, it's the next season. You keep coming back in here again and again and again until you reach the very top. I have not seen any esports team out there come in here and dominate the scene without tanking a couple of L's themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that both not only one but 2 teams now have done it so far. But it's just ladder stage. Who knows? Challenger is going to be totally a different battlefield altogether compared to what we have here today. So, I mean, best of luck to them because, they've already proven themselves, figuratively speaking. So now it's just a matter of like how much further can it go from here. And I think they do have a really good chance of making it way past challengers. Who knows where else they will end up in.
All right, come on, Black Stallion. Bring on all of that ferocity. Kaunashi not having the guts to move forward. Eyebrow needs to run away as, drops him once again. Kaunashi manages the frag on our Big Well, but is that going to be enough as he gets snuffed out by, this guy is the point man for the team of Last Wolf, and they just go out annihilating. Our Big Well taking on Hyperion. The backstab coming through from Rekka Emka should be able to get this shot. Our Big Well goes in for the finisher. Does not, but manages to get Eyebrow instead. Hyperion taken out as well. And this just means that Last Wolf is going to be able to pick all of those points out. Rekka Emka just going up for the push on that line, but not taking any risky maneuvers as our Big Well manages to continue picking up those points for Last Wolf. At that 50% mark now, Victor.
My goodness, I mean, you never want to be in a situation where you keep conceding double kills to your enemy, and doing that back-to-back here has certainly hurt Black Stallion's chances in this set. So they're really desperate to try to get themselves onto the point, but they're just taking so much damage now, especially from being so far forward, hiding inside the bushes, constantly applying the pressure on them, preventing them from being anywhere close to that hot zone.
Call the referee and throw in the white towel already. Last Wolf has won this game. Look at them just literally annihilate all of the players from Black Stallion as they pick up yet another victory. This time it is our Big Well that manages to get that MVP. Last Wolf take this 2-0. Black Stallion's black face.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're going to have to carry that all the way home. But nevertheless, still a good try. I mean, they still made it this far. You know, making it to the playoffs isn't easy by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, you can only imagine how many teams didn't even make it to this point.
Yeah.
And the fact that they actually got to play here, not only in the brackets, but also live for you guys here to watch at home, that should be appreciated. So hopefully you guys do so.
Black Stallions, this is not the final run. I want to see more from the team. Brawl, especially, bro, you've trademarked your name already. You got to come in here and show us more firepower.
Yeah, you got to protect that copyright on that name. So
The way things are going, nobody's going to challenge you for the copyright. That's the problem. Okay, you need people challenging you for the copyright. That is the main point of its own.
yeah, maybe you should rename themselves a cease and desist.
I don't know. I'm sorry, Black Stallions. Okay, we really want to see you guys come back in here. What is the gaming world without a little bit of trash talk, right? But for the time being, it is the last wolf who happens to have taken up the W. And this is just turning out the way I said, right? Byro, they touched Triple B got the W. Byro, they touched Last Wolf got the W.
It's that Byro effect, isn't it?
It's the Byro effect.
Yeah, so I wonder who's Byro going to be facing up next, because I think there's some people already furiously predicting things in the chat. So
Yeah.
let's see how that turns out, man. Let's see how that turns out.
But has everything gone in here as you have predicted in here so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Do let us know in the comments section on whether or not you think some of these teams deserve to win. Some of these teams, do you think they even deserve to be here? Do you think you are better than them? Because if you are, let us know in the comment section, because I'll be keeping my eyes out for you. Make sure you drop your IGN there as well, okay? So I can look to shout your names out in the next season.
So yeah, we're gonna be waiting to see what's gonna be coming up next. But safe to say, like now, we're gonna be going into the upper bracket soon. So it looks like we're gonna be taking a break till then, right?
Yep, a quick short break. We'll be right back.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Brawl Stars brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Victor to bring you all of the baddest of brawls for the telecast.
And well put there, because we've been seeing lots and lots of bad, really disgusting games. Because again, it's been really chaotic.
Yep.
Lots of really excellent plays here, and quite frankly, quite a challenge for a lot of these teams, especially those in the lower brackets.
Yeah, so a lot of these teams who are, more towards the amateur side, they are really seeing, what sort of a gap in terms of those skills are in here. Let's see the lineup of Sunnyside Up, who will be taking the matchup against Byro, who have already taken 2 W's in here. Wine, Maple Leaf, Dreadlord will be dropping in as the main players, and Rich Boy will be their sub.
I'm just smiling because I didn't expect Sunnyside Up's logo to be like that. That's just so cute. That's so cute. I think like if there was ever a trophy you can give out for best logo, this one just takes the cake.
Dude, but Triple B is still there, man. I love the simplicity, right?
Simplicity and creativity. Like
Yeah.
creative in terms of their name, Sunnyside Up, and actually having an egg with a face on it. Like, I love it. I love it. I love the vibes.
Fair enough. Likewise, my friend. Likewise. In terms of Byro, do those players even need a reintroduction, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I would say no, because they've taken 2 W's in here already. We'll introduce you to them when they step into the battlefield.
Yeah, and I also want to see whether the Byro effect will still continue to play itself out here in the brackets. So I'm holding on to you for that. Yeah?
Okay. You see, and here's the worst part, right? Imagine if the Byro effect works on Sunnyside Up and they touch Sunnyside Up in match number 1 and then get reverse sweep because they've already touched Sunnyside Up, and then Sunnyside Up takes the 2 matches right after that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I don't know what I would do. I would probably jump for the skies because the Byro touch theory might actually be real.
Might be real. I mean, it hasn't failed so far. I mean, 2 out of 3, so I think that's a 66% like probability. That's pretty high.
Well, technically it's 100% right now because they've only fought against Triple B as well as Lone Wolf, and both of them have already gone in and taken the W's.
Yeah.
If they touch Sunnyside Up in one match, I cannot even believe we are discussing the percentages on this theory right now.
I mean, what can I say? Brawl Stars in the esport game. You know? You actually got analysis. You actually got stats you can fall back onto. You actually got tiers, and you actually got meta. So, guys, like, this is not some kids game, you know?
Yeah.
This is actually real life. This is actually professional, or not even professional, like, actually expert players trying their best here to prove themselves against each other. And what we're going to be seeing here at the end of the day are going to be the best of the best.
Okay, now let's put it this way. What can we expect from Byro right now? It's just perfection, and I'll tell you why. Last Wolf took that previous game against Black Stallion. They took 2-0 easy. They made it look easy. And then, of course, we had Triple B, who went out against the random team, and they took a hard-fought 2-1 victory. Byro took on both Last Wolf as well as Triple B and tap out them so bloody easy. 2-0 back to back. And right now, they have got the fight against Sunnyside Up in a hot zone match. The difference is these 2 zones are so far apart from each other. Do you stay and pick up your points, or do you, like Maple, jump right in and try to pick up a few from your opponent's side as well?
Well, that didn't work out well for him because unfortunately he got picked off. But Seiji, though, he's putting some pressure onto Sunnyside's upside of the hot zone. Unfortunately, that is going to be a huge pickup there because of the Barley. Again, this is why I love to have a Barley in any of my hot zone matches. He makes a big difference when you try and deny the whole hot zone away from your team. Look at Seiji, though!
Oh! Opportunity. We're just bouncing away now, not allowing Seiji anywhere near him. This is one of the best brawlers in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Seiji trying to get deleted out, and Dreadlord! Maple takes Seiji out of their backs because he's been such a pain. 86% now has been taken up by the side of Byro. It was Sunnyside Up that had the lead initially, and right now it's going to be Dreadlord who drops all the way into Byro's vicinity. Vex trying to get him out, but it's going to be absolutely useless. Aaron drops in for the assist as well, and this might just be all over.
Wow.
As Byro take it. Aaron with the MVP as well. How did they turn that around?
Seiji. I mean, the fact that when he goes for those aggressive moves, dives straight into the composition, his teammates follow that up by getting themselves onto the hot zone, making sure that the percentage kept rising while Saichi was busy just trying to go around getting kills on the other brawlers.
And not only that, right? If we happen to see a replay later on, actually we don't even need a replay. When we go into the second match, you'll be able to see this, exactly what I point out right now, right? Saichi uses his terrain to his advantage. None of those other players were able to hit him until he went in there for those dives, for those team fights. Yes, he did get taken on, and he did get taken down as well, but he calculated each and every single one of those engagements that he was going to drop into. He picked up the most number of points at the edge of that hot zone up top, and then when you had two opponents coming up against him, he did not wait for them to make the approach. He just jumps right into the fray, manages to take one down, and then he loses his life. But the difference is he did all of that in the hot zone while still picking those points up. Perfection coming in from Byro as well as Seichi, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Are we going to be able to see the same perfection again? As this time he keeps invisible, dropping right into the hot zone up top. But it's a 2-on-1 situation. Seichi getting slain so early by Maple. Maybe just getting a little too excited there, Victor.
Well, the thing is that Dreadlord didn't do much better either, though. So 17-17 so far between the two of them. That percentage is still going to continue to rise, though, as they start to capture their own side here at the prime. Oh, that's going to be a big kill there from Byro. From Sunnyside up. As now Byro now forced to try to defend here. Oh, that's a nice knockback there. Seichi and Aaron unfortunately missed their shots, so they aren't quite doing the damage on the Sunnyside up. But now here comes Seichi. Oh, what a charge by Colette ends the life of Seichi right there and then.
Oh, Wayne, he can take the MVP as far as I'm concerned for the slay on Seichi. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they are now going to fight even more harder. Why? Because Sunnyside up, they are in the lead. 65%, 66 make that right now, but they're not too far behind. Byro has got an opportunity. But with that wipe now, it is going to be Sunnyside up that extends their lead, Victor.
They're going to try to have to really rush it, though, because Sunnyside up are ahead in terms of the capture points. About 7% ahead now because Dreadlord has not been taken down at all. He's been inside the hot zone the whole time. Only now Aaron and Vex are able to get the kill, but still that's a lot. Oh, but look at that Saichi. He's still inside the point there. Now gets forced out there. Sunnyside up. Winnie is going to be able to get to call that charge in order to get him out. Now Dreadlord is going to be coming in for more. He wants to finish up the knockback effect there. Too strong. Saichi now jumps straight in. Tries to get a kill, but no, he gets picked up by Maple from the backline. Dreadlord is still alive, and he's kicking, and he's headed straight for the hot zone. Vex now is going to be the last line of defense. A nice knockback again, forcing them back onto the hot zone while Aaron tries to flank them from the side. Dreadlord picks up a lot of damage. Saichi now trying his best. Winnie gets picked up by Aaron in the last moment. Dreadlord's the last man standing, but not for long though. Oh wait, he is still the last man standing. He is still alive. Now they're going back onto the hot zone. It looks like they might just be able to eke out the capture here if Byro isn't able to push them off.
Oh, some of you might be asking why? Why does Byron just not settle off the hot zone down there? Because they've already completed all the points that they can pick up from that. And this is the point of contention. They are gonna go over, and it's Sunnyside up that gets the win round this time. And Byro could not do anything to step into the vicinity of Sunnyside up. And you wanna know why?
Why?
They kept leaving it to Seichi to go in there for the play up top. Only one guy with the plays. And in terms of Sunnyside up, they pushed two men down. And you saw Dreadlord going through, and he held on to that hot zone for long enough solo, just like what Seichi was doing. But when they found that, the pressure was just coming in a little bit too much, they sent two men down for that hot spot right now. And that was about it, man. Sunnyside up with a beautiful pull right back to get 1 point in their side.
After that comeback there, even Big Baby Bear is woken up. Like, it was asleep early on during the break, but now seeing the excitement, he really wants to go and see how this is going to turn out. But again, yeah, I mean, to your point though, like, I think the problem of this map in particular is that because there are two hot zones, you have to constantly split your attention between the two of them. You have to simultaneously attack while the rest of your composition is trying to defend. Now, ideally, you want to try to concentrate the fighting around the center of the map so that at least you have the mobility to go back to your hot zone or to attack the enemy hot zone should it be needed. But given that they decided to go for this kind of a split composition, just relying on their flanker to try to take the hot zone while they try to defend against the enemy flanker, So this became a kind of like a back and forth kind of push. And at the end of the day, it really came down to who had a little bit more aggression, or rather, who was able to pick off the kills. And I think in that second set, like at least this time, Aaron was able to pick up the last hits, able to actually put in the damage that's needed, and were able to put out the kills.
For the sake of Byro and their performance, I hope they get the W. But for the sake of my theory of the Byro touch, this needs to be a reverse sweep in game number 1 itself. Okay, are we going to be able to see Sunny Side Up pick up the W in the air? And it'll be absolutely phenomenal if they actually get that done.
Well, it would be phenomenal. But I don't know. Still have to see. Still have to see.
He doubts the Byro theory. I'm telling you, it's a thing. It's a thing. In Sunny Side Up, they've got the opportunity to prove that it's a thing. And of course, if Sunny Side Up actually goes in to prove that the Byro touch is a thing, it's not like Byro's lost the series. This is all happening in matchup number 1, all right?
It was all planned. It was destiny. That's all they say. So Saichi again being aggressive, pushes to the backline when Aaron tries to follow up with the damage. He does quite a bit well, but he finally gets killed at Maple, but he's going to be cornered by Winnie. What's going on the other side? Dreadlord trying to fight against Vex. Vex still running the barley here, trying to use that to his advantage, trying to force him off, but Saichi tries to move in for the kill. Dreadlord does have a shield though, so it's going to be a bit hard. Aaron in the meantime, though, still able to stay alive somehow, despite being in a 1v2, as Maple and Winnie are really finding it hard to try to get him. A lot of damage being done there. Aaron down to 560, now tries to jump in front, but isn't able to pull out the kill. Now Dreadlord had been forced to fall back there because Vex put out his super, putting a lot of air denial. Now he's going to try his best to try to do the damage there, but the capture under the hot zone will happen on the top side though. Saichi now struggling and trying to keep up. They are very, very close.
Oh, Dreadlord doing all his best in here to stay up top. Now he should be able to batter Vex out of this location, but looks like just enough has been done by Byro at the bottom. They now need to move up top. Are they going to be able to do it? It is at that 86%. They've equaled things up already. Seiji as well as Aaron. How could they do it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? This is how. It's because Seiji says, oh freaking P, and it's just 1 more % left in there, and it's game over. Byro takes it with Seiji, the star player.
All right, so that's 1 down, 2 more to go. let's see if the theory still holds up.
Sunny Side Up, come on la. The Byro theory, right? The reverse sweep on Byro would be absolutely epic, Victor.
Oh yeah, it would be actually. It would just be the perfect way to cap off like the streak so far for them. But you know, there's gonna be interesting ones to see going forwards here because you know because given that Byro's already dropped 1 set, perhaps it might be thinking that the next matchup might be a bit harder going into this. But again, I digress. This is, after all, still the upper brackets. Neither of these teams have experienced a loss yet, so that's got to be a first time for anything.
Yes, fair enough. And of course, what it'll truly depend on is the match mode that gets picked for the next matchup, right? And we've already got the hot zone in there, which leaves us 4 different modes to go in here and explore. Which mode are you looking forward to the most?
Oh, I mean, generally bounty, just because like that's usually where you get to see the biggest skill. The differential skill becomes more apparent in that kind of mode. But in terms of just pure chaos, Brawl Ball, like hands down.
Hands down, me too. I'm voting for Brawl Ball. That is literally the mode for me when it comes to Brawl Stars, all right? There's nothing more hype than a little bit of a Brawl Ball. Right? Because things just change so instantly. And, you know, you will be able to make some crazy goals like what we've seen early on in the day already. So if we get the opportunity to drop into another Brawl Ball, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys are definitely going to have some fun. And I want to see what two, you know, top tier teams like Byro as well as Sunny Side Up can do in here. And it is gonna be an all-out battle to pick those gems up.
Yeah, so gem grab is going to be all about controlling the center of the map here, but you can see Saichi is doing his best here to keep the flank push back. Unfortunately, he gets pulled off there by Dreadlord and Winnie. Now they're pushing forward here. They're able to get control of the spawner now, so they will be able to pick up some gems for themselves. 2 for 2 so far, as Aaron now tries to keep away from the danger there, trying to keep the gems for his own team. Now Vex is finding an opportunity there, does get Maple down low. Saichi now trying to rush there as a Rosa does get the first kill there. Not able to pick up any more gems there, but now Dreadlock's gonna get spotted. He's gonna be forced to fall back. Saichi still sticks around here as Aaron and Vex still able to hold their own in front of the gem spawner.
Oh, Dreadlock cannot get up too forward, and Aaron, same thing for him as well. Aaron's picking up 5 of those gems now for himself. Seichi has got 3 on him. What are these Sunny Side Up players doing in here? Dreadlock as well as Wayne, they will go right in for the push. Aaron will come right back through with the defense, and Byro's Vex takes him out. And this is an all-out victory for the side of Byro. Nothing can stop them. They need to hold on for 16 seconds. Can they get it done? Yeah, no question about it. That's exactly what they'll do.
Oh my goodness, Saichi is just absolutely killing it as a Rosa time and time again as his HP dropped down low, but somehow he still pulls it through. No wonder he is a star player on the Byro side because he was pulling a lot of his weight there as the Rosa.
You just need to get those gems and hold on to it for about 16 seconds. Sounds simple, doesn't it?
Simple in description, but hard in practice.
Take it up against a team like Byro, super duper hard. Sunny side up, they are no chump squad, right? They've been able to toss a couple of eggs around in here, always frying them through. But unfortunately, when Byro was the concern, Seichi is just too much to handle, Victor.
I mean, good thing that they had banned out the Stu like right off the bat, because if they didn't do that, if Stu was in the hands of Saichi, you'll be seeing kills all over the map. No joke, because the way he plays aggressively really favors those brawlers that can snowball effectively. Rosa is one of those. Stu is probably the best brawler in that kind of class of assassins, where like the more damage he can do, the more supers he's able to charge up. Instantly, the amount of damage output he can do in just a mere amount of seconds is insane. So, well, I think like safe to say, if anyone's gonna be playing up against Byro from here on out, the Stu has to be an insta-ban.
Yeah, I mean, even without Stu, Seichi already looks like Stu, okay? He's already dominating the map, and you put that character into his hand, it's an all-out annihilation, no doubt whatsoever. Then again, I guess that's exactly why these players follow the meta that closely, because how do you go in and ban players off or ban characters off even without knowing your opponents so well? Because this is still the latter stages. Not many of these teams know each other to explore their weaknesses just yet unless they meet them in a couple of matches, which is why, you know, teams like Triple B, they were super duper impressive because they just took a couple of rounds in there to figure out their opponents and they managed to pull it right back. And this is Sunny Side Up with the exact same task. Will they be able to do it? 2 gems up for the grab. Sunny Side Up gonna pick one right up. Aaron should be able to get the others before the team Byro, and here we go.
It looks like we're still in set 1 here, so it looks like it might be a reset here, but in any case, Byro again still able to keep a lot of control over the gem spawner here. Dreadlock trying his best here to get a flank, does pick up a gem for himself, but he needs to be able to control the spawner and hopefully be able to pick up some more. Now Aaron though, he is having 3 on his end, and with Vex now going around the sideline there, does a lot of damage to Dreadlock. Dreadlock could be in trouble. Vex takes him down just in time. Unfortunately, he gets picked up at the end there but still Saichi is able to at least follow up that with a lot of presence here right in front of the bushes, making it very hard for Sunny Side Up to move in without taking any damage. Look at that, Saichi picking up another good kill there. Aaron might just find another one as Maple, and then Wayne, they both got taken down. All the gems are on Byro's side. All they need just one more and the countdown will begin.
Oh, are they going to be able to take Saichi down? This is the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Here they go in for the attack. The turret is out as well. Wayne! They do not manage to do much apart from taking out Seichi, but that's all they needed to stop the countdown. And it's right now an opportunity for Sunny Side Up to turn things around in here, Victor.
They cannot afford to lose a life there. Unfortunately, Dread's going to get dropped down. He's going to concede 1 gem there, and Saichi is the one holding it. That's not a good situation, though, because Aaron's keeping himself inside the bushes, making sure he's not exposed at all. Well, Vex is up in the front line, trying to draw their attention away. Lots of damage down to Dreadlord. He gets taken down. Saichi and Aaron still in the back line there, and they aren't able to come in, win it too far away to be able to do any difference here. And looks like with that, Byro will take the first set yet again.
Now, I don't really know. We haven't received information whether or not that was a replay on the first set or whether or not that was just set 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So we will be waiting for those updates from. It's a best of 5.
I see.
Yeah, okay. So we've got 2 in here for the side of Byro so far. Sunny side up. They need to make a play in here. Nothing's too late, but if they do not, then the first match will go to the side of Byro.
Yeah, and it's going to be a hard act to follow here because Byro has so far shown a lot of effectiveness in terms of their plays and the way that they're communicating with each other. So I think the only way they're going to be able to break that lineup, hopefully, is to be able to outdraft them somewhat. I mean, basically having a composition that has much more strengths compared to what Byro is currently running here. But I think the biggest threat, obviously, is going to be Saichi, because the moment that Saichi tries to dive in, his other teammates already start getting to work. They start either putting in the damage or putting in the presence or basically completing objectives. So Saichi is usually, he's pretty much going to be the prima donna, right? He's going to be the one always trying to become the center of attention, trying to take the focus away from his teammates and make sure that they all are just too busy engaging him to really care about what his other teammates are doing.
Yeah, I personally want them to ignore Seichi and go right in for Aaron. He's the one picking up all of those gems.
Right.
And if you can just get the damage done onto Aaron, pick him out from those bushes, right? Because he always seems to be holding the perfect line. This is the perfect strategy coming in from Byro. Just letting Aaron go in and pick all of those gems up, leaving Seichi up front for the pressure onto the opponents, and of course leaving the third member on to flank from the right hand side so that you get to pull the other players away as well. And then who gets to focus in on Aaron? Because you need 2 of those champs to focus just to take Seichi down, right? This is the perfect composition coming in from Byro, and nobody's looking for Aaron. Aaron's just hiding in the bushes.
Yeah, I think they need to have some brawlers with some good crit damage, and as much as it pains me to say it, but sometimes even like having a good Shelly is going to be super effective here, because the moment Saichi tries to dive in, if Shelly has a super and just uses that one shot, that pretty much is going to be the end of Saichi right there and then, and that's pretty much the best way you can counteract a really aggressive assassin player who likes to dive into your composition.
And let's see if or not that is exactly what they do, because obviously, Sunny side up, they need to change things around in here if they want to have anything to pull away from the side of Byro. So far, it looks like a very one-sided match, thanks to Seichi himself.
I mean, a Sunny side up egg is one-sided anyway, so they gotta flip it around and make it actually a telur goreng. So let's see if they're gonna be able to do that here. As Byro now, they're already 2 rounds up, so one more round they will be able to take it. Sunny side up has to be able to win this game, but no! Maple is gonna be the first one picked off, and by a Piper, no less. Aaron again being the dark horse here that's starting to win Byro all these games.
Okay, now let's see if or not we will see Sunny side up making their way back in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is round 3 of set 1. Seichi in here with the push. Aaron just backing away as well. They need to find the entrance to go in and detect that save, and a beautiful knockout coming in here from Seichi against Maple. Now it is the Dreadlord walking straight up, trying to see if or not he can shelve in all of those damage, and calls forth Maple as well, but unfortunately will be held back just by the sheer pressure. And look at Aaron getting all of the damage done onto the save from just all the way across from his side of the map.
Yo, who is this guy? Like, how is Seichi both effective at playing divey sort of assassins and still able to dominate as a Sprout here? Because again, he's just using the range of the Sprout to his advantage here, constantly lobbing his main attacks there towards the save, doing that damage that's needed. It's already down to 54%, and Sunny side up not even able to make a single dent on the enemy save.
Oh my goodness. Look at the perfection coming in here from Byro, which is the same thing that Sunny side up can do, but they are not even able to approach that center line because of the pressure that is placed on by Aaron as well as Seichi. Each and every single opportunity, they know they can take on these players from Sunny side up. They take it on them. When Sunny side up backs away because they need to recover, they go in for the save. This is perfection coming in from Byro.
Yeah, again, like using the Sprout basically makes negates anything they can do with it. Oh, Aaron now doing so much damage there as a Piper, finding a perfect flank there, getting a couple more shots there, 6%, getting it down 3. No, he gets blocked there at the last moment as Maple goes up in front, gets the double kill there, so Vex is out. Now Winnie is trying his best to keep the Piper at bay. Piper now trying his best to get a last shot. It's only down to 1%, but no, Dreadlord takes out the Piper just at the last possible second, but can he do it? Can it be enough? There's only 10 seconds left and 87% to make up for. I don't think Sunny side up can do this.
Yeah, this is gonna be all over, but the defense coming in perfectly. Aaron needs to just go and lob an ulti. But it is time's up, and Aaron just gets the Star Player Award for just that one reason, man. He didn't go floating around on that map. He just lobbed each and every one of those shots directly to the safe from the halfway point. That's like playing basketball and shooting a three-pointer from the halfway point.
That was the thing I was thinking about when I saw the other, I can't remember which team it was, but they banned out the Sprout, and I knew that the Sprout has a lot of range. I just didn't anticipate that the range was going to be so dramatic that it was going to effectively allow Seichi to safely lob his attacks towards the save and not expose himself at all. I mean, wow, the Sprout pick, I mean, Sprout should have been banned, I suppose, but then again, the bans are meant to be for the entire matchup.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of difficulty the teams have to be faced with. So obviously, you want to reserve those bans to only the strongest of strongest brawlers right now in this current patch.
Yeah.
But fair play to Byro though. I mean, they really changed it up. Like Seichi, no joke. That's two different play styles I'm seeing from this guy here. If he can pull out a third one, I'm going to be floored.
Yeah, and the very interesting thing about Brawl Stars is with their, meta patches from season to season, they don't really nerf, a lot of those characters to a point where they're just not playable. You literally have about more than 35 to close to 40, possibly playable characters depending on the boost that you put on them. And yes, you will have your S tier characters to bring into the brawl, but any one of these characters, as long as they're played to perfection, should be able to do the damage and pull you all of those W's. I mean, being a Brawl Star is not about just down to the character that you pick, but how you maneuver that character, and that's what makes this game so fitting for the esports world. Because we've seen about those strategies. We've seen all of those abilities to go in there and pull off those crazy trick shots. But we've also seen a very, very important aspect from this one player called Seichi. The ability to, bring in great footwork to not get hit.
Yeah. And again, it's dodging, using his movement abilities basically to avoid being hit by someone else's super. And the fact that he was also even able to do positional plays, on the Sprout as well. I mean, this guy is certainly shaping up to become quite an all-rounder, actually, when I think about it. So definitely Byro now becoming quite a big favorite of mine now for how they will perform later on once they enter the challengers. But at the rate they're going right now, though, well, Sunny Side Up is really going to have to work cut out for them if they're still looking for that chance to immediately qualify the challengers. They will still have another chance, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
When they get into the lower brackets, they will still have one last shot at getting to challengers. But quite frankly, if they can't really bring a good enough fight to Byro, I do worry a little bit about the chances, because when they go to challengers, they're going to be facing not just Byro, but they're also going to be facing Jupiter and Kicks. And those guys are practically unbeatable.
Yeah, those guys are just on another level. As Seichi right now brings 8-bit to see if or not he can do some old school damage. Dreadlord dropping right in front, but the defense from Seichi a little too high. Maple about to get taken out, but goes right in for the save, gets deleted by Aaron. Beautiful backstep coming through. Seichi taken out by Wayne as well. And this is now a stand-up play from Aaron as he takes his second kill in there as well. Wayne has been deleted. And how can Vex now place in all of the damage against that save? Oh, he'll be able to go in for such an easy toss from that halfway line all the way towards that save. Look at Vex just tank all of this together with Wayne in there as well, Victor.
Maple now trying to go for a flank. Now the thing is, he's able to get past Aaron, but not able to get past him fast enough, though. The Max gets taken out right in the middle of the map, though. Vex is going to get picked up by Dreadlord. Again, the Sprout doing Sprout things, but Sprout getting sniped off there by Aaron. Yet again, the sharpshooter for the Byro side. Again, getting the really crucial pickoffs here to ensure that the pressure is constantly on Sunny's side upside.
Okay, Seichi's going to go down here. Maple with a good attack, but the damage has already been done by Seichi. Can they recover in here? Because yes, the kills are falling towards Sunny side up as well, but take a look at the percentage of those saves. 96 to 57% is such a huge deficit for Sunny side up to make up for in here. And they go in for a hit on the save, but each and every single time they manage to drop in there, it's just a couple of hits and then they flush down.
Oh my goodness. I mean, now the 8-bits cannon is up right now. The amount of damage coming through means that Sunnyside Up pretty much has no chance now to get too close to Byro's own save. And Saichi with the amount of range that Babe is able to pull off is able to just constantly poke damage down here. He's still alive here, even though Maple was trying his best, his darnest right there to try to take him down, but finally does take him down. The thing is that with 80% of the health gone on this save now, it's going to be a race against time now to try to force them back. Vex getting a little bit of cut off, but still able to get a kill onto Maple. Winnie trying his best now, but does he have the damage? No! He gets picked up by Aaron way too early. 15 seconds left. What can they do? Dreadlord now trying to rush his way forward here. Takes a lot of damage in the process, trying to do his best to damage the save, but they're already Saichi goes in and swoops in for the kill, takes out a save, and takes this set.
So sad for Sunnyside Up. The only one looking to make a play was Vayne. And you know, he had an opportunity there. As long as the distraction gameplay could have come down towards the left-hand side of the map. Nothing happened. Nothing. And Vayne had to deal with two players all on his own. How is he even going to make a play in that way? Sunnyside Up, so close, but way too far in terms of communication as well as teamwork to take any one of these games for themselves. Byro just proving to be an unstoppable force in here.
Yeah, and that unstoppable force has now found themselves in the prime position now to get into challengers, and boy, I mean, what a dominant showing it's been. I mean, they've beaten BBB, they've beaten Last Wolf, and now they've beaten Sunnyside Up all in straight sets. 2-0, 2-0, 3-0. Wow, that's amazing.
That is nothing short of amazing. If anything, it is as amazing as Jupiter as well as Kicks. It's just the difference is we were not able to catch all of the action from Jupiter as well as Kicks live. We only had those highlights from them. And are we going to be able to see at the challenger level them in action? Hell yeah. Okay, so we've got the lower bracket round 3, and I know Rise Esports is a part of it, but the other team, Last Wolf, will be taking them on.
So this is going to be like the last shot, basically, for both of these guys. Again, lower bracket fight, meaning that whoever loses this is going to get eliminated. It's still going to be a best of 3 yet, because we were not yet at the lower bracket finals. So this means that it's still going to be pretty much the same as they've been playing all throughout today. Just that now the difference is that if they actually lose a set, that's it. No more lives left. They've used up one already in their upper brackets. Now this is their last life here in the lower brackets.
Yeah, so Last Wolf on their last life. Can they actually take it up and take down Rise Esports? They are already rising with their name, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not because they're baking any bread with yeast, only because they want to get up towards the top. They have to get through teams like Byro, Jupiter, as well as Kicks, but I don't think that's much of an issue at the moment for them. They're using them as points of inspiration. When we come back from the break, we'll see it all break down.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Brawl Stars edition brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Victor to bring you all of the baddest of action.
Oh yeah, badass action going on here in the Brawl Stars, and so far we've already seen Byro have a dominant streak all throughout the upper brackets, beating BBB, beating Last Wolf, and also beating Sunnyside Up to secure their slot in the Challengers. Now the question remains though, out of the remaining 3 teams, which one will join them after having won the lower bracket finals?
Yeah, so Sunnyside Up now has been kicked down into the lower bracket finals, and we've got Rise Esports taking on Last Wolf. The winner of that matchup will go on to face Sunnyside Up at the lower brackets finals and a best out of 5. So the next one is going to be a best out of 3, yeah? So a best out of 5 then, and of course the winner will join Byro to join the likes of Kicks as well as Jupiters at the Challenger.
Yeah, so one last shot, one final opportunity for these 3 teams. The first 2 here though, Last Wolf as well as Rise Esports, they have been trying to fight it out, and so far they made it this far in the lower brackets. So let's see how they'll perform here, because again, just like before, anytime any team gets lost here in the lower brackets, that's instant elimination. Their journey ends right there and then. The team that won then moves on to the next one. So the next phase here, both of these teams really want to get there, because this is literally their last shot at getting to Challengers.
Yeah, you guys are visualizing all of this. Let us show you what we actually mean, right? Come on, bring on the brackets in here. As we started the day off, Byro took on Triple B. They won that, so they went into the upper bracket round 1. Last Wolf won over Random Team, so they met Byro. And at that fight off, it was Byro, obviously, who got that 2-0 victory, which sent them into the upper brackets final. Sunnyside Up, on the other hand, they were fighting off Queen Nai, which they won 2-0, and they went up into the upper bracket round 1. Rise Esports met Black Stallion, beating them 2-0. And Sunnyside Up, when they met with Rise Esports, they beat them, and of course they went into the upper bracket final, which is the matchup that you just saw. A 3-0 has kicked Sunnyside Up down into the lower bracket final, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now we are in a situation at the lower brackets. After all of those matches, Rise Esports will now meet Last Wolf at the lower bracket semi-final. So just like we said, the winner of this match will see if or not they can take on Sunnyside Up and just turn them right over for a full-on cooked egg.
So I guess the kind of interesting thing here for all you guys at home to note is that so far in this bracket, only Rise Esports has actually fought Sunnyside Up. Granted, they lost 0-2, and that's why they're in the lower brackets in the first place. But Last Wolf, they haven't actually faced off against Sunnyside Up in the bracket so far. They dropped down straight from upper brackets round 1, so they're now facing off against Rise Esports. But I tell you what, if Last Wolf can successfully pull off a 2-round win against Rise Esports here, I think the chances of them bringing a fight to Sunnyside Up could be pretty high.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all. So far, obviously, Byro look like the best ones to win this game, right? Because let's take a quick look at the complete lineup here. Last Wolf has been beaten, like, you know, Victor pointed out, 2-0. Sunnyside Up has been beaten, and this time it was by 3-0, I have to say. And Rise Esports, have you managed to catch any one of their matches, Victor?
I'm trying to think. I may have maybe seen one of the highlights, but I'm not too sure entirely. So yeah, that's the thing. But generally, my approach for this, especially given that this is the first time we're going through brackets, you know, it's always, you don't really try to anticipate or kind of assume anything, because all these teams here have definitely already earned their spot here, so they definitely have something to prove. It's just all up to them now to bring that performance here.
Yeah, my eyes are definitely on Uncle Fium as well as David Liu. NG will be joining them up as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the lineup of Rise Esports. Last Wolf, they need no introduction. They've already performed in here twice for you guys, tanking an L in the first series, and then they managed to beat Black Stallions 2-0. And now this is an opportunity for Rise Esports Esports, or either to rise up to the top or to allow the Last Wolves to represent their kind in a competition as prestigious as this. Will we be able to see that, or will we see the Last Wolves finally fall? Because they've looked kind of rocky at the start. They managed to catch their strides in here, against the win or the race against the Stallions. And this will definitely be a heated match. Neither side will want to drop it.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, I'm just really wondering, really curious right now what game mode they're going to be playing in this round here, because that can actually determine a lot of things here, You just love the sieges, don't you?
It's because we haven't really seen a lot of the siege matches in here, and it's just epic, bro. To see the siege bot just storming up in there after you've collected all of those crews and bolts. This is gonna be a best out of 5, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's go, yo!
My favorite, not only my favorite mode, but also my favorite map to do this in here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's already 3, so look at that. Yep, so just gonna have to wait a little bit here to see whether they'll be able to set this thing out. But yeah, as you can see right now, both of the teams just keeping things close to them, right? Close to their hearts here, because they're not really exposing too much information. Now Leo is going to be bumping up against Oh Yeah is still able to stay alive. Still has a blue star in his possession though, and that's kind of important because the blue star will become a tiebreaker should both of these teams end up with the same amount of stars. Now David Leo goes up ahead again. Now they really are trying to get a kill to Oh Yeah, but the shielding is just going to be enough to keep him alive long enough. He tries diving back, and no, he gets taken down. The blue star is now in the hands of NG, as the rest of Riot Esports now are trying their best to get the kills, and they have done so. So there's still a very narrow 1-star lead at the moment, but the blue star can make all the difference.
Oh yeah, man, I'm all in for Rise Esports. We've been seeing David Liu and team, perform in here for so many of these highlights as they try to climb up the ladder, and these guys have just truly been slogging it out in these Brawl Star matches, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. David Liu finding the opportunity in there earlier, but so fast they have lost the advantage, and right now they are 1 star down, but they do have the blue star on their end in the hands of NG, and it's going to be an opportunity for them right now as David Liu jumps back. Grass cleared out on the right hand side of the map, and that's going to be a dangerous zone for them to step in, but they get the eyes, and David Liu gets taken down after showing so much of aggression in there, and the match is all over.
Oh, it's so heartbreaking as well, because at the last moment they almost got one last kill there, but he got away with 300 HP. I mean, one more hit that would have made the difference, and they allowed them to pull back. But no, they were forced to continue fighting again because they were still searching one more kill. They were just 1 star away, but in their efforts to try to get the kill, they conceded way too much there, and that's why the stars just flipped over immediately towards their side. So very unfortunate, but definitely can try again.
They definitely can, and if there's anything we know about David Liu and team, they have never given up. No matter how many L's they, have faced in here so far, they've always fought their way back up. And of course, against a team like Last Wolf, they are not looking to drop the ball right now. They almost got it. They were so freaking close, but there was just a little bit too much of aggression showed by David towards the end there.
I mean, he kind of had to, because again, in this particular map here, the brush is pretty much permeating the whole map, right? So you basically have no information. You have very little idea about where the opponents are. All you can see is just when they decide to shoot their shots randomly. And I think the biggest threat that they were kind of worried about was the Tara on the other side, because the Tara can actually pull off a lot of instant damage, and because she's an assassin, she can jump in and out of fights very effectively. The perfect kind of hero to play around in the brush, especially on a map like this. So that's why you see both teams kind of playing it very defensively, just waiting, trying to see when they get into the situation where they can just meet each other head to head. That's where they have to immediately apply the damage, immediately try to go in an aggressive. And David Liu was trying to play that role, but the shielding was really important here, and really made it so that it was impossible for them to be able to get the kill, because when they try to focus on someone, he gets shielded up, and that pretty much made it difficult for them to actually eke out those kills.
Well, let's see if or not David Liu and team will be able to play a slightly better round this time. But, to the more defensive side because they were a little aggressive trying to, push in on Last Wolves, and they managed to capitalize on all of that aggression. And right now, as we drop right into the bushes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Blue Star attack coming through, and oh yeah, wants to pick it up, and he does exactly that.
Yeah, he takes a lot of damage as a result though, but he's the Rosa, so he shouldn't have any trouble trying to stay alive throughout. So the thing is that they have to always keep an eye out for the Terra on either end here. So Rekka is going to be the one playing it for the Last Wolf side. Was David Liu going to be running one there? Oh, does get a good hit on the RB Grill. That does quite a bit of damage though and clears out quite a number of the brush. So oh yeah, tries to rush in front, and Rebecca Emika dove in front, takes out David Liu, and then now the things are starting to fall apart here for Rise Esports as now Uncle Fium has to fall back. So they lose out a little bit on the stars here, but it's not quite end of the world. They can still take this back.
Well, David Liu as well as Angie, they are going to be playing duos in here as they possibly might try to flank from the left. David Liu moves in first, Uncle Fium with the approach, and he is keeping a close eye on Oya right there behind that barrier. For all he knows, Rekka Emka has joined him as well. So this 2-on-1 situation can delete Uncle Fium up real quick, but they understand as well that the pressure might be coming down the left-hand side, and it's just going to be just little skirmishes between them, but the aggressors need to be Rise Esports, and they need to pull the trigger right now. 40 seconds on the clock is not enough. Oh yeah, tanking a couple of those hits. Uncle Fium still not going in, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to delay the clock because they know that as long as they're ahead in stars, they can still win outright.
Yeah.
So Last Wolf just needs this one. Oh yeah, now getting ganked upon by Uncle Fion, but forced to fall back because the Rosa shielding is very, very strong. She can really tank all that damage there. And in fact, he is able to pick out a kill on David Liu. Looks like things are going to be falling apart way faster than Rise Esports expected here. Uncle Fion now trying to go for a last minute dive, but concedes the kill yet again to, oh yeah, my goodness, this did not work out well. All the Blue Stars still in the possession of the Rosa. Finally, oh yeah, now gets it back, now tries to go up against Uncle Fion, but it's already done and dusted with 11-star difference there. Man, I mean, again, it was just perfect tactical play there from Last Wolf. They waited until the clock went down when they knew their opponents were going to be desperate and just capitalize on their desperation.
Yeah, and that Rosa just knew exactly how far she could push it, and unfortunately they just could not touch her. All she, like you mentioned, they just needed to run the clock down after they have known that they have taken the lead in there. Not aggressing at all. I absolutely am in love with the strategy being pulled off by Last Wolf in here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's how you play exactly in Bounty. Like, I've had so many experiences playing pubs where, you know, you're playing Bounty and your teammates are still rushing to get kills even though we're already ahead in stars. Yeah. You know that when you're already ahead in stars, you can just camp. You can just hold back a little bit, you know, especially in a map like this where there's so much brush. You can just hide, just play hide and seek against the team, against the enemy, and let the clock run out. And that's what Last Wolf basically did. They basically made it so that Rise Esports got really desperate. That's why you saw them try to aggress at the last possible second, but it did not work out.
And even hiding has got its strategy on its own. They weren't really hiding deep down their bushes. They held quite a high line because they knew, obviously, the attack, the aggressors now need to be the side of Rise Esports. And that's exactly what happened, right? We saw Uncle Fium drop in for a quick gank, but unfortunately that backstab was not to happen, and he would get taken out immediately right after. So, you know, unfortunate for Rise Esports. It is the Last Wolves that kind of get the better of them, but that's just one match out of the 3 in the series.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's also the more skill-based, I suppose, and strategy-based game mode out of all the 5 that we're going to be playing here. So maybe the next game mode will change the fortunes a little bit for Rise Esports, so because they still have a chance at this. They still, it's not quite the end of the world. They can still try to eke out a win in the next set, and then hopefully force a game 3, and hopefully be able to eke out the win there. So that is pretty much going to be the path from them here on out. But if they really crack under that pressure here, then, I mean, Last Wolf is pretty much going to have a straight road towards that lower bracket finals.
Yeah, it's technically a fight for their lives here, because if at all Rise Esports do not manage to pull back one game in this series, we will see them get kicked out, and Last Wolf will be meeting Sunny side up. So let's see if or not they manage to pull this off. Uncle Fium opening out really good against Oh Yeah, who's just wide out in the open, tanking all of those shots. and 2 gems for the pickup right down in the middle right now, which David Liu will pick up in here for himself. NG, Uncle Fium just getting pushed by Oh Yeah, but David Liu should be able to come back in there for that response. He still manages to take Uncle Fium out and walk away with his life.
Oh, my Rebecca MK comes in with a double kill there, taking out David Liu. So now they are really having the lead now in terms of the gems, and Rise Esports struggling to try and even find a foothold here inside their own side of the map. So Rise and NG now trying his best now to keep Rebecca MK at bay, but look at the amount of spread her main attack does. It just basically makes that whole bush area too toxic for NG even to be able to make a flank. Now Uncle Fium now trying to prevent Oh Yeah from getting the flank now. David uses the opportunity, jives in front. They do get a kill onto one, but they don't quite get the second one as RB Grill picks up the kill, picks up more gems, now goes for the chase onto Uncle Fium. And those 2 gems now belong to Last Wolf, and they have enough now to force the countdown.
Oh no! 13 seconds, what can they do? Oh Yeah just needs to hold his line back together with Rekka MK. Now if Rekka MK is going to be dropping low on that HP, all she needs to do is just back away from this. Oh Yeah is still alive. Uncle Fium can't do anything, and the match is over.
Wow, I mean, that's again, when you're already hoarding so many of those gems, all you gotta do is just pull back and let your other teammates who have no gems just take all the damage and focus all the fights.
Yeah.
So very unfortunate there for Rise Esports. It looks like they lost the ground way too early there. That's why they weren't able to keep up in those fights, and Last Wolf credited them, played this to a T. I mean, again, gem grab is probably the most common game mode that's being played by Brawl Stars all around, and Last Wolf showing that they're absolute masters at how to play this out strategically.
And unfortunate for them is just that Oh Yeah was the point man, and he was just going in front, towards the front lines and just wrecking all of the other players. And towards the final parts of the game, so once they had already started that countdown, it was a no-brainer for the 2 players to just back away from that situation and just send Oh Yeah into the fray. The guy didn't even go down.
Yeah, he did. I mean, the amount of shielding he had as a rose up. I mean, the thing is that most of the time he was just basically focused on David Liu.
Yeah.
Like the 2 of them just basically butting heads against each other. And the thing is that the amount of shielding, the amount of damage that was being blocked. So the thing is that they really didn't seem to have any. I don't think they used a barley at all. Or,
I don't think they did.
Yeah, I don't think it did. They really didn't focus on any heroes that kind of like can deny the area around the gem spawner. So maybe they could try to look into that in the next set. But I mean, to do that kind of adaptation this late into it, especially when we're already 1 round down. I mean, this is I guess no better time to do it than here. Might as well. You've got nothing left to lose. Let's try and do something different.
Fair enough. Oh Yeah, dropping in the exact same meta, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Our Big Well's going to be dropping behind, picking up gem number 2 for the team. And Uncle Fium, NG, and David Liu will still stand all lost in here. Our Big Well drops right forth and pick up gem number 3. NG's going to be picking up 1 gem for himself, which means that he has just made himself a target. Oh Yeah, just keeping David Liu behind the lines as Rekka MK moves forward to see if or not she can end NG, and she does end NG. Our Big Well will pick that gem up as well, and this is the gameplay that we're talking about from Last Wolf. All they need to do is just depend on 1 player to pick those gems up and back away from the fight.
That's pretty much the way you play it, even in pubs as well. And the thing is that Last Wolf probably had a lot of practice doing this, because the Lord knows how many gem grab games they've already played here. But Rise Esports really finding it very difficult to make a foothold. And Oh Yeah, getting a successful flank. Yet again, the healing is going to be coming out of his chest. It's going to be insane. Now he's going to try to go in for it, run on the Rise and NG. And David Liu now joins into the fray, but there's still 3 gems still lying on the floor, but they're not even focusing on it at all. They're just waiting to see if they can get any more pickups here. As Oh Yeah, still hitting they got it.
Oh no!
They lost it! They lost it! No, they got it back. They got it back. So they got all 13 gems back, and now they're getting the kill onto David Liu as well. Now, Oh Yeah, still staying on the front line, still able to stay alive, just only barely though, but he is already delaying them as long as possible. Now, RB Grill is going to be playing the important role now, delaying Ryzuki and David Liu as long as possible, and the countdown ends right there. And then Last Wolf, they pick up this final set here, and that's it. 2-0. Last Wolf moves on to the lower bracket finals.
Unfortunately, Rise Esports will not be able to make their way on to the next stage. Very, very well played, Rise Esports. Unfortunately, we have only space for one more at that lower bracket finals, and that is going to be Last Wolf, who take on Sunny Side Up.
Oh. Well, Baby Bear is also a little bit sad. He was playing Brawl Stars earlier while we're casting and he lost. Aw.
Dude,
okay.
but it was an amazing game taken there, and that one final moment could have just been such a game changer. Unfortunately, Rise Esports just could not capitalize.
Yeah, I think we could already see that even from the bounty game as well. There was definitely a big skill differential between the two of them. Like Last Wolf played like a unit. They played so well. They were able to get not only the pickoffs, but also had the level of aggression and the usage of the tanks really getting up right into their faces, making sure that all the attention was focused on them, and the pickoffs were just coming in one after another. And especially in the mode like Gem Grab, it was all about, you know, taking control that center area of the map. And Last Wolf did that so well. You saw the flanking maneuver that Oye did, getting right up against the flank and just stayed there. He literally planted himself like a tree on the left-hand flank and stayed there for most of that match.
And unfortunately, we just could not see Last Wolf perform at this level against Byro. And you know, if Last Wolf themselves are proving to show like there's such a huge gap in, you know, capabilities between themselves as well as a team like Rise Esports who have made their way all the way through in here, just imagine what they'll have to go through when they face off Jupiter as well as Kicks.
Yeah, but then again, that's the problem for another time, I suppose. Because today, all they have to focus on now is winning that lower bracket finals, making their way into the challengers. That's it. That's all they need to achieve today, and they're just within hand's reach of it.
One more series in here, and it's a best out of 5. Sunny Side Up as well as Last Wolf. Would this be a case of the Red Riding Hood, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, where Grandma has left a Sunny Side Up, Sunny Side Up egg there for Little Red Riding Hood, but it's the wolf that comes in and eats it? Or is that egg a bewitched egg that's filled with poison and going to kill the Last Wolf? I don't know. I don't know how I was going to spin that, but eventually it came to an end. It's one of those two. Either the... But technically, if you think of it, either way, even if the Sunny Side Up egg gets eaten, it's poison, the wolf's going to die. So I don't know who wins here.
I've never even heard of wolves eating eggs.
Fried egg. Very nice. With coconut oil some more. Short break, we'll be right back.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is Brawl Stars, brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open, where all of these teams have jumped in and fought on a ladder, and that ladder is here to see exactly who qualifies through to the challenges. So far, 2 teams are already seated there because they are the top 2 on our ladder system, and that is Jupiter as well as Kicks. And now 2 more teams are vying for that top spot after Byro has obviously taken that 3rd position. Only 1 more is left, and that is between Sunny Side Up as well as Last Wolf. Who is it gonna be? My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Victor Cax. Victor, what do you expect, bro? Do you have a prediction?
Ooh, that's going to be a toughie because so far in this bracket, Last Wolf and Rise Esports have not faced each other. They probably have faced up before in the ladders, but I do not have the scores on hand, so I cannot really tell you how they shape up against each other. But let's put it this way. When it comes to Rise Esports, Sunny Side Up won them 2-0.
Yeah.
Then Last Wolf faced off against them in the lower bracket, won them 2-0.
Yep.
So by my calculations, they should be pretty even. So this could be the fight of the night here because, again, last chance to get into challengers. Whoever wins this goes straight on to the challenger, and whoever loses is going to have to go home and start from square one. So lots of things at stake here, and this is pretty much, I think for Last Wolf especially, this is their final boss. Really. This is the last obstacle, the last hurdle they need to overcome before they can make it to challengers. But Sunny Side Up, they also know that they have a very decent chance because they've made it this far already, and they only lost out and only ended up in the lower brackets because they couldn't make it in the upper bracket final. So stakes couldn't have been higher. This is definitely going to be the match to watch.
But if you think about it, the final boss is an egg. And it's a squishy egg. It's a Sunny Side Up. All right, you poke the yolk, and it's already starting to bleed already. The Last Wolves don't even need to use their fangs. Their little claws are more than enough. But obviously, speaking of the same out there on the battlefield, that's gonna change things up. And especially if we bring into the fray a matchup like Brawl Ball, just to shake things up, right? It can end just like that.
I mean, the best of 5 series, you know that there's got to be at least one Brawl Ball match in there. At least
Hopefully
one.
lah.
Hopefully. I won. I still just want it, just for the excitement of it. And because it can be so back and forth when you look at the bounty fights or if you're looking at the heist fights, those can always be like, end up becoming a stalemate. But Brawl Ball or even Gem Grab sometimes, those are the ones where the momentum can just swing instantly from one side to another just from a few good plays. And good plays are literally what I live for, As someone who's been commenting in esports for years, I always get excited every time I see a player pull off a play that's just amazing and actually wins them the whole round. So that's what I'm expecting from both of these guys. Hopefully they will absolutely deliver.
That's my secret, right? Because people say like, I'm super duper hyped when I'm casting. I'm a baby in the casting thing. I've barely been doing this for a year. And I think that's exactly why I get excited for everything. Because it's the first time I'm seeing these things.
Well, you're in a treat. You're in for a treat because, same for me as well. I mean, obviously, I've been around for a bit, but, this is literally my first foray into a game like Brawl Stars, and I have to say, having very little expectations, it's really more than exceeded what I've expected coming to this. And given that the games have continuously brought that excitement and has always been, right on the edge, and the fact that the games are so short as well, it just means that things can just change literally at the snap of the finger.
I will not lie, when I was offered the job for Brawl Stars, I was like, Brawl Stars? Then I picked the game up and I was like, oh, Brawl Stars. And I could already imagine it as I was playing all of those first matches, just learning the game, right? What kind of OP moments would be there as we're shoutcasting. I think we've lost our minds a couple of times in here as well today. And that's absolutely how, unsuspecting Brawl Stars has been personally for me. You pick it up and it looks like it's a little childish game. You feel like, 2 to 3 year olds played. Nah. 20 plus, 30 plus year old grown men and women play this game professionally, ladies, German boys and girls, taking home thousands of dollars. And that's exactly what we are setting up for the Asia Pacific region in here. Fall in love with the game, pick it up, download Android, iOS, we don't care what it is you use.
Yeah.
Jump in there and enjoy the fun.
That's right. I mean, it's just so easy nowadays, right? I remember back in the day, in order to be able to become a professional player, you need to have this, you need to have that, you need to have a computer, you need to have a gaming house, you need to have a chair, all these kind of things. But nowadays, all you need is this.
That was my childhood dream. My childhood dream was to be a gamer. Unfortunately, just like thousands of other kids out there, there's no way we could afford it, right?
Right.
And that's exactly how mobile gaming has just changed or revolutionized the whole gaming industry. I mean, most of the emulators now are just available on your mobile, and in the past those were just literally consoles on their own, right? And that's just absolutely amazing. And that's exactly why what ESL is doing with the ESL Mobile Open is just so admirable. And just like how the pro scene of becoming a gamer was out of reach, for a lot of them who already have whatever it takes, getting into tournaments, getting into competitions was definitely out of reach for them, because it was a situation where you feel like oh, you need a sponsor, you need to kind of be the very top of the leaderboard within the game to be even considered. Yeah, here's ESL Mobile Open saying, hey, no, we'll open up a fresh new ladder. Anybody and everybody starts off with 1,000 points. You just need to go in and prove yourself.
And it's always been like, as far as I can see, where the evolution of mobile gaming has been, it's always been about lowering that barrier of entry. And that's always been key for a lot of the success in the esports space, because you want to have as many people as possible being able to play your game so that they can relate to how the game is being played at the highest possible level.
Correct.
And that's why, if you do pick up the game now, you can instantly see why players like Saichi, teams like Byro are so impressive, because they're taking all these mechanics that can be deceptively simple, to the average person, and just making an absolute mastery of it. So that's always the thing that has impressed me about players like these. And given what I've seen so far, the talents are in no shortage here, even here in Southeast Asia.
Absolutely. To dodge one of these shots in Brawl Stars, it's no easy thing, because not only because the bullets fly towards you, slow motion. Your character moves, slow motion. All right, unless you're performing a super, and you need to time all of your movements in that slow motion, anticipating where that bullet will be by the time it reaches you, and still dodge all of them. Now that takes mastery up to a whole other level. Take all of what I just said, put it into a tiny screen, and maneuver those characters on this time. That's where it just absolutely blows my mind, Victor. And the surprising thing is, what I find difficult, so many kids find like second nature. They are absolute monsters in the mobile gaming scene.
Like, whenever I see the new generation of esport players, there's always something to be impressed by, and the way these guys have made their approaches to the game, and just the amount of new stuff, like unconventional stuff that they can discover sometimes, is always impressive. So here we go. This is going to be the first of our best of 5 set. The first one here is going to be Hot Zone, and right off the bat, oh yeah, didn't quite make it, and oh yeah this time around, as he gets picked off first. RB Guo trying his best to try to keep Dreadlord off of the point, but Dreadlord still able to do some damage here and still able to keep the hot spot in his control. Now looking LWF now trying to make that push towards the other Hot Zone. The thing is that Maple now struggling and trying to get the damage done onto as he hides right behind the wall, just enough in order to be able to keep the Hot Zone in play. But in the meantime though, the zone has been captured already on one side. Now they just need to do the other here, as Dreadlord now trying to hold his own, the last man standing inside the zone before Winnie comes in. Winnie gets the push out for Arbiquel forced out of the way there, as they are going to be able to complete the Hot Zone capture 100% here for Sunny side up.
Ooh, and Dreadlord bringing on the dread for the side of Last Wolf. Unfortunately, there was nothing much that they could do in there. It was a 2-man defense, and then later on immediately switching up to a 2-man offensive up top. This was played to perfection by Sunny side up, and the game is just over just like that.
Just like that, and that's the pace of a game like Brawl Stars. That's why I say it's always much more easier to pick up compared to other games. Other games sometimes require you to commit up to like 10 minutes or 15 minutes just to win one game. This one, in the same span of time, you can literally win 5.
And we're not even exaggerating there. I dare say, apart from Asphalt, this is one of the fastest games I have ever got. In fact, Victor. Some Asphalt matches and some of those maps are even longer than this.
Right. Oh yeah, now taking a lot of damage there from Maple as we enter our second set here. And the thing is that they're just taking control over their respective side of the hot zone here. So the Sunny side up, taking the left-hand side, while the Last Wolf now trying their best to keep themselves in their own hot zone. Dreadlord now trying to force some pressure. Oh yeah, now getting on top here, but Maple and Winnie doing their best here. Takes the damage and takes out, oh yeah. RB Guel now left completely alone, soaks up all of the damage from both Winnie and Maple.
No.
Now there's no one left here to try to capture the bottom hot zone. The top hot zone is still being captured by Dreadlord. Dreadlord still in position. He still has a shield. He still has a big stick, and he's not afraid to use it. He's getting one more kill. Now Rebecca gets picked off there. Oh my goodness, the big bubble just heading its way towards a path of destruction here. Now Last Wolf trying their best again, try to force Sunnyside out off of that point, but look at that, the percentages are still going up for the blue side. Maple only down to 43, still alive, still able to get the kill. My goodness, oh yeah, now finally trying to jump in to get one last one, but they still stay alive.
Oh, goodness me. Sunnyside up. Maple makes that first play down towards the bottom left corner of the map, right? And it is Dreadlord all solo play by this one guy. Just this one guy up top. And here's the difference. When Maple was at the bottom, it was constantly contested by Oya. And Oya was being such a pain. But the difference is there was a 2-on-1 situation on Oya. Oya kept getting reset and he was held back from dropping back into the hot zone at the bottom. Yeah, up top, Dreadlord on the other hand, he was allowed free reign. And so all those moments where Oya kept getting reset, two zones were constantly picked up by the side of Sunnyside up.
Right.
And that was such a simple win. They just didn't allow Oya anywhere near. But here's the problem though, where were the other two players?
They were trying to defend the other hot zone. That's pretty much what happened.
Unfortunate. And they were taking a 2-on-1 against Dreadlord and they just couldn't pull it off. I mean, you try once, you try twice. If it doesn't work, why try the same thing the third time round? Move on, go in for the flank, assist Oya just a little bit. Obviously, that sort of a planning needs to come in slightly earlier because Oya was not able to tank all of those hits 2 versus 1.
Yeah, but I think like the choice of brawlers there really made a difference because like Dreadlord, you know, his pick of brawler basically has a shield.
Yeah.
So that means that he can actually soak up a lot more damage, you know, compared to Oya. So that's the key thing to make the difference. That's why Dreadlord was still able to stay on a hot zone, still able to bring the fights, and still able to keep the capture percentage going up because he can still sustain himself in the fights. Whereas, oh yeah, every time he does some damage, he has to pull back. Every time he goes back in for another fight, he has to pull back again unless he gets picked off.
Okay, now let's see if or not they'll be able to pull this off to slightly better perfection as we go into match number 2. Not round 2, yeah, that's done and dusted already. They've managed to pick that off. As we go into match number 2, the game mode is about to switch around as well. We've got 5 of these potential game modes to be played in here because this is a best of 5. The game's about to start, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see what happens as we drop in to grab some gems.
Yeah, gem grab is going to be all about error denial here and being able to control the center point. So the thing is they're letting the gems just spawn discriminately. There's already 2 picked up here from the side of Last Wolf, so they're already off to a good start here, especially with RB Guel staying so close to the spawner now. He's able to just pick up gems as they come towards him. So Winnie now trying to go up like, that's a close one. Oh yeah, who's just really getting up in the face, but Dreadlord picks the kill in the end there. Max versus Max is still Dreadlord that comes out on top. Now Winnie is trying his best here to try to follow that up, but the Rosa gets picked off there in her prime as Oye comes back from spawn. Now Oye trying his best to get another kill here, almost gets one to Maple, but not close enough. RB Guel picks it up instead.
Oh, beauty coming in here from Oya this time round. See, unfortunately, he's just not going in and using all of that grass for cover, but it is all good as Sunnyside up right now. They've got 5 gems. Last Wolf, they've got 4. Here comes Sunnyside up with that treasure once again. Wayne pushing up top very easily. Maple on the flank from the left. Might be able to catch Oye out, but the shots moving in towards that grassy area will be able to hold Maple back, and the aggressors cannot just push through. Sunnyside up, picking up the 8th gem now, all thanks to Dreadlord, and this might just be all over unless Rekka MK can make a play here.
Well, the thing is that Last Wolf really has to try their best now to make this push work because they have control over the center side, but now Sunny Side Up are really forcing them to try to pull back. Now Maple now using the cover there to try to get in front, but soaks up a lot of damage there as the shots just ring right through him. Now Winnie goes up in front, picks up the kill. Now they could be in trouble here as Last Wolf now trying to go for a last-ditch attempt to take out Dreadlord, but they can't quite find him. They don't know where he is. Winnie now just making sure his presence here, making sure that RB Equal is going to be forced on the wrong side of the map there as Dreadlord now finally reveals himself in the last possible second, but it's all over. They will be able to pick that up. That's one set now going to Sunny Side Up.
I absolutely love what Dreadlord did towards the end there. Even towards the end, they've gotten the game won already. He still came out to tease those players towards him, knowing that even no matter what they do, no matter how much they run or, tank those shots towards him, he's still going to be able to survive. And his teammates are not going to go down as well. This is absolute perfection coming in from Sunny Side Up right now.
Who would have thought in a game all about, brawling and fighting and just getting up in people's faces, you can actually play stealth.
Yeah.
Just like that.
And that was played to perfection. And it's not the first time we saw that. We also saw OEA kind of fall to the side of Sunny Side Up early on in the game because he aggressed so much. But once they fell down into the bushes, they were practically invisible. And all they needed to do was not shoot and run up and down and confuse the heck out of Oye, and then jump right out of the bushes and go in for the slay, which is exactly what they did. And Oye lost his life so early on in that matchup. And that's a huge deal because he was most of the time their carry.
Yeah, he was. And once you take him down, there's basically no one there to deal the damage. You only have people just soaking up damage, and they can only soak so much, especially when they're not an actual heavyweight. So yeah, I mean, fair play there. I mean, Sunny Side Up still able to hold their own, so they just need to win one more set, and they could really force Last Wolf into the corner. So Sunny Side Up now getting really good control here. Dreadlord using his positioning here to his advantage. You want to pick up more gems. Maple now trying to go for the flank. He has been spotted now by Oye, who now tries to just blast him down right in his face. Maple down to 452. It gets popped off there at the last possible second by Oye, and that's going to be the impetus for Last Wolf now to take control of the gem spawner.
This is the communication from Last Wolf now moving in as Rekka MK was really low there, but asked for that support from the 8-bit. Our Big Well is going to be Wayne right now going in for the push and manages to slay our Big Well as well, but they get Wayne traded out right out, and which means Sunny Side Up will still have the advantage as Last Wolf play catch up as usual.
Yeah, Dreadlord now, his shots have been pretty much on point so far, but Oye able to use a brush to his advantage here to stay alive, but Dreadlord now goes in, gets the kill, picks up a gem for himself as well. There are already 5 gems, but only one ahead of Last Wolf, who have been silently picking up their own here. The 8-bit pick here from RB Girl certainly working out simply because of the amount of range that 8-bit has. So Mabel gets picked up by Oye, winning now, trying to go for the trade, but unfortunately he's going to be taking a lot of damage, especially for RB Girl, who already has the damage cannon out and is already dealing plenty of that now towards Sunny Side Up. Now, the thing is, Dreadlord has also been picking up gems himself. He already has 8.
Oh, little bit more!
Waiting! Oh, they got it! They got him! They got him and got his gems! So now they just need to wait this out. 13 seconds left on the clock. Can Last Wolf do this? Can they pull up one last hurrah? Because all they need to do is just take out one of them. Maple or Win, or even better, try to take out Dreadlord. But no, Arbiguel, he puts down the cannon. He's not able to do the damage. Oh, they do get it!
They did it!
Oh, this is so close! This is so close, but Dreadlord now, he's able to pick up the last kill. Last Wolf had no people left on their side, and now they just have to wait it out. Another 10-second countdown. Can Last Wolf do it one more time? Do they have any more specials left? They really need to bring it all out. Arguel sends out his cannon, but no, the cannon gets taken down immediately.
Wait!
Oh!
Oi.
Wow.
Sunny Side Up. Sunny Side Up. What a game played out there, and such a turn of events. They managed to pop the 8-star carrier. Unfortunately, just cannot capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked really stark, right? The difference between the two of them. Like, one team was just aggressing, the other team was regressing.
Yeah.
Wow.
One team was aggressing, the other team was just playing the match perfectly. Right?
True.
Sunny Side Up, they didn't bother going over to the other side of the map.
Nope.
Not even once. We just see the side of Last Wolf continuously going in there for the invade for their side of the map. For what reason? They continuously try to get some of these gems back. Gems that they lost earlier on, because at the start of the match, it was Sunny Side Up that went in there aggressively. They didn't focus their shots on 3 different players at the same time. They just saw who was dropping into the center there, took him out, and from then on, it was the control of the center of the map that we're talking about. This is the opportunity for Last Wolf to come back in there, but unfortunately, it is Sunny Side Up that shows them they may be a little soft on the top, but they are rock hard at the bottom.
I'm sorry, that was the funniest thing I've heard so far. Unintentionally, but that's the thing. I think the biggest mistake was just allowing one member on the team to hoard all those gems. Because in the ideal situation, you want to have the gems kind of spread out between teammates. So even if one gets taken down, you don't lose that many to the other team. So the problem there was that I think they just kept getting pickoffs there on the left and right, and the whole time, what's his name, was basically just hoarding gems. So he was pretty much the only person carrying the gems for his team.
Yeah.
So the moment he got popped, all those gems spread out on the floor. All he had to do was just go ahead and pick up the only 2 gems he needed, to get the counter initiated, and that just started that whole chain reaction of Last Wolf constantly trying to push, trying desperately to grab those members and try to regain those gems, and just losing their lives in the process.
If this was a best out of 3, we'd all be over by this by now, but it's a best out of 5, which means the Last Wolf can still reverse sweep the Sunny Side Up team. The question is, do they have the capabilities to pull something like that off?
I don't know. I really hope that the next game mode will be something that will be more of a toss-up.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Siege. Why not? A Siege map would be perfect here, or even
It's
better.
not going to be perfect, man. I mean, we've seen the aggression coming in from Sunny Side Up. They're going to annihilate Last Wolf, all right? We need something to just throw them off. We need Brawl Ball. Brawl Ball's the best to throw people off. And it looks like we are not going to get that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's an all-out slugfest in here now.
Well, it's heist, so granted, it still requires a lot of commitment here in order to be able to get those kills, and gets picked off there by Winnie. So pretty much a mirror match between both of these teams here, but there is a Brian that's going to be played on the Last Wolf side, so that could be something for them to watch out for. Arbigo trying his best to stay in front. Damage. Now, the Maple now trying his best here to try to stay alive within the brush here as the still trying to come in. They've only done a little bit of damage though onto Last Wolf's safe, so they're just really playing very defensively now, trying to force Last Wolf to overextend, and in overextend they did! 2 kills in a row. They've just conceded now to Sunny Side Up, and this is not looking good for the red team.
Not at all. Last Wolf with the push up, Arbeguel, and this is the problem. They cannot fire off those shots from far, just like Sunny Side Up has.
Look at Maple.
He's just annihilating all of these players, annihilating the safe as well. Nothing at all Last Wolf has been able to bring into this game. 2 surprises. It's going to be Wayne with the beautiful push right now, but he will get swallowed up by but it's going to be all fine as Dreadlord will continue placing the pressure on them. Ooh, he gets snuffed out as well.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that Last Wolf really needs to clear out the brush here, because Sunny Side Up is just abusing that in order to ensure that the Colette can't get anywhere close to that safe. And with Dreadlord now being the one just basically playing defense, staying as far back as possible, again, being on the Piper, the more more the distance is, the more damage you do. Maple now, nice. Able to get a kill, winning. Now they just need to be able to translate these more kills here, but Maple and Dreadlord still have a lot of health to play with here, and Winnie will be back up online by the time Last Wolf is in position to try to make an attack, and the range is just not enough. The 8-bit and the Piper has much better range. Now with the cannon being sent down, they have a lot more damage to play with here. Dreadlord now trying to use that to his advantage here, not really landing the hits though, but still the presence of the defense cannon itself is going to be enough to force Last Wolf to rethink their situation here. Winnie jumping in the back line. Jumping in front. Oh boy. Now desperate to try to hold back because he realizes that Sunny Side Up still has 3 members and they're all rushing the safe.
But this is the beautiful defense in here, and might just be able to get this done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but the match is all over as we have run out of time. Sunny Side Up playing it to perfection even towards the very end. tricking Last Wolf to think that, hey bro, you want my safe? It's right behind here for the taking.
But that's the problem. The composition on Last Wolf's side didn't have the range necessary. You saw the picks that they had on Sunny Side Up. The 8-bit and the Piper are two of the heroes have the longest range possible. And range is everything in a game like Heist. You can see how far away that safe is.
Yes.
If you're trying to fire from cover, you want someone who can actually reach that far.
On top of that, you hide in the brushes and then have that reach. You are absolutely unstoppable, which is what Sunny Side Up has been in here. And I'm quite surprised to see Last Wolf come up to this stage, but they just cannot go in with a solid draft enough to fight the likes of Sunny Side Up. And we're not talking about just the abilities to take on those one-on-one situations. We are talking about being able to just reach the safe. And we saw how Sunny Side Up has been playing this to perfection, and that's exactly how Jupiter and Kicks has been doing it too, by the way, to attack the safe from a distance to make sure you do not have to place yourself in harm's way. And the position that they took on that map, literally from that distance, they are all hidden up as well. And this is an all-out win from there on.
Exactly. So, I mean, again, now Last Wolf really has to make this next composition really count, because if they still try to go for the same thing again, they're trying to go for the Colette pick here, it's not going to work out well for them, I'm afraid. So, okay, it looks like they did change it up a little bit. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. They got an 8-bit now, so at least they have the range to try to fight. And Dreadlord is already soaking up so much of that shots there from the 8-bit from Last Wolf's side, so it's starting to work out well. They already got a pick off, so that's a good start now for Last Wolf. Now they have to translate that into some hits onto the save, but no, oh yeah, gets picked up before he's able to get in position here, and the special already came down here for Maple.
Okay, now this is the beauty, right? Because the cannon is out there for the damage as well. We've got Rekka, Emka in the scenario. Maple goes in for those shots. It's going to be 8-bit versus 8-bit, but there's going to be another cannon on towards the left-hand side of the map. 2008 on that HP so far. Maple goes in with the damage. The save taking in a couple of hits as well. But for the time being, Sunny Side Up can still play this and go in for the push, right? Last Wolf, they do maintain that pressure, but Dreadlord, as he deletes from this equation, he will be able to go in and push his wave up as well. It's going to be Maple and Vayne still with the attempt to take down the cannon. Rekka Emka face to face, and Maple wins that out, but gives his life for that takedown. It's going to be our big well in this scenario. Vayne going up for those shots, but he is covered, and he's going to be able to survive this for the time being as Maple gets the kill.
Oh my god, Piper is really right in front there, and he's already done enough damage here to force Last Wolf now to be desperate, because now there's just enough percentage here for Sunny Side Up to actually win this by default. So Last Wolf now desperate. They finally got to kill the Dreadlord, but now they have to really try to amp up the damage on the save, and unfortunately Repka just got himself picked off there on the 8-bit. This could be devastating here. As 45 seconds remain. There's not a lot of time here with Last Wolf to try to climb back here. This is going to be a very difficult one for them.
38 more seconds on the clock. 79% to 70. Last Wolf still on the losing end here. They need to make a play. Our big well as he goes in to close the distance. Can come in for the get, and he manages to take a little bit of HP out of that stage. Can he get that one more shot? And he gets that one more shot. 63%, and 18 more seconds left on the clock. Maple and Dreadlord cannot do anything about this. 56 seconds right now. Gets in that damage, and here comes that response. 8 more seconds. Can they get it done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? 44, and they might just pull this off. They get it done. Sunny Side Up with the final save. 1% in there. Last Wolf. Oh, goodness me. That's why they're the Last Wolves, bro. They've got no hunting skills.
Oh my god, but what a way to finish that round off. Who would have thought? Who would have thought it would come down to 1 percentage point?
Again, it was because one player thought that, oh no, my safe is in danger, and he turns around. He could have just shot their safe to oblivion and still won that for Last Wolf. I give up. I'm so annoyed because that game was for their taking and they could have turned things around. I mean, because and only because Sunny Side Up was so confident for that win. If you had broken them at that final last moment, it could have been such a huge change of pace.
Wow. I mean, the number of rounds notwithstanding, there was an incredible incredibly close fight. Like, it had no business being that close, especially between the two of them. You know that Sunny Side Up was already coming in much stronger. It had all the momentum in the world. It was literally the game to lose at that point. But then somehow Last Wolf, one last hurrah, I suppose, for them. You know, one last attempt, one last shot here to try to bring this to game 4, but it just wasn't meant to be by just 1 percentage point. I cannot stress enough how close that is.
I am so annoyed. I'm ultimately annoyed. And Last Wolf, here is the mustachio calling out to you guys. I don't care what you guys do. I need to see you in that Lex Ladder qualifiers, all right? Because you guys clearly deserve a spot at the Challenger. We want to see more in here from your team, but it just needs to be tightened up a little bit, Victor.
Oh, yeah. Well, in any case, I mean, congratulations to Sunny Side Up. I mean, well done. Well played. You've really nailed it in this lower bracket final here. It's a little bit unfortunate for us it didn't go to a game 5, but it didn't need to be. I mean, especially having it end the way that it did there, that was already satisfying enough for me, honestly. So I'm happy. I'm happy.
Fair enough. I cannot say I am happy. And it's not because I wanted Sunny Side Up to lose that. Right? It's because I just wanted the Last Wolf to kind of have a fighting last chance in there. And they did. They really gave it their all. But one split-second decision and it's all gone. But it's okay, we won't give you such a hard time for that. Well played and well done getting up all the way to this point. Unfortunately, only one more team can squeeze themselves in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because earlier today, Byro had already jumped into the Challenger Series, and of course, we were waiting for one more spot. That was between Last Wolf as well as Sunny Side Up, and Sunny Side Up managed to get it done. Let's take a quick look at the brackets once again, so we can have a quick little roundup of what happened in here. We're not going to go through all of the brackets. We're just going to be focusing on what happened towards the finals. Byro, as they took on Sunny Side Up at the upper brackets final, they won that 3-0 and they qualified to the Challenger, as well as Rise Esports and Last Wolf. They took each other on at the lower bracket semifinals, and Last Wolf managed to jump into that lower bracket finals to take that matchup against Sunny Side Up. But unfortunately for Last Wolf, they just were not up to par. And Sunny Side Up just flipped those Last Wolves, made them into a burger patty. I don't know who out there eats wolf burgers, but you guys are nasty, man. Sunny Side Up just didn't want to be a part of that banjo.
You know, you already had my head on a spinner trying to think of like wolves eating eggs, but now the egg has eaten the wolf.
Oh, GG.
Which way is it now? I mean, whose egg is it anyway? But nevertheless, congratulations, Sunny Side Up, the 4th and final team to make it to the Challenger from this week here. So well done to them. They're going to be joining the likes of Byro, Kick's team, and Jupiter. Who knows where they're going to be landing up next, but certainly getting into the Challenger is already an achievement in itself. So they can really hang their heads up high and be proud of this, because this has certainly been quite a day for us, you know, for them as well. I'm pretty sure.
It surely has been. And here's what excites me even more. This is just broadcast day #1 for Brawl Stars. And it has just been this crazy. I cannot wait for this competition to continue to snowball into an absolutely monstrous event. And dude, this is season 1. Please fall in love with this game just like how we have, because we want to see more of you in the competition as well.
Yeah, and you're going to be seeing a lot more of Brawl Stars, I'm pretty sure, because we've got plenty of dates coming up next month. You know, I think May, well, yeah, we wouldn't have any in May quite yet, but next month, it's going to get crazy. You're going to be seeing a lot of teams fighting it out for actual real cold hard cash, and especially when challengers, you know, comes into the fray, you're going to be seeing the best of not just Malaysia, all over the world. All over the world going to be coming in. The best Brawl Star international players are going to compete it out for a major prize pool. And I can't wait, because, you know, given what we've already seen here, it's going to be crazy by the time we get to that international grand final.
No doubt at all. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is a wrap for the day. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for joining us. No matter where you are on Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube, make sure you leave a like, share the stream out as well. And if you do love our performance, make sure you drop by our socials as well. We can be found on Instagram as well as Facebook. I'm the Mustachio Gamer. This one is Victor Gax. Once again, thank you so much. Good night, goodbye, stay safe.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up.